Just out of curiosity, can you hear us out there in Zoom land?
Can hear your mic.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you all.
Go ahead.
Okay. We'll call this meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Roll call when ready.
Goss here, Bennett. Here. Glenn.
Here.
Bauman. Here. Fox.
Here. Any changes to the agenda? Any conflicts of
Is
interest?
there a agenda for this meeting?
Mhm.
Was it sent out to the board or is it just on the website and we're supposed to find it?
Just on the website?
Well,
Any conflicts of
I haven't
interest?
looked at that yet, so I don't know if there's any changes. I was not aware it was out there. Apparently it showed up late yesterday.
I believe this.
Does it
meeting-
follow the special meeting notice?
I believe this meeting was noticed as a budget work session, all funds. So. Hearing no conflicts of interest, I guess we'll get right into the budget work session, all funds.
So we're gonna start with recreation. Seems like that's where we left off.
Sure. Why not? I do need a minute to find Mel's email again.
It was dated Sunday, March 10th,
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yep,
around 7 PM.
yep.
Did you ask for public comment? Did I miss that?
You know, I didn't ask for public comment. Do we have any public comment out in Zoom land? I see no hands raised. No one here in the township hall. God bless you.
Thank you.
Okay. Does everybody have Melissa's email from Sunday? Okay. Anybody have questions on revenue? Okay, well, then we'll move on. Keep it at 85,000.
If there's any reason to change it at this point.
Well,
Revenue in the recreation fund. Um. Well, you have to show the ARPA funds. The 95,917 under grants. We haven't gotten that yet.
Hey, that's there.
that was, okay,
Okay, the pavilion rental, that 75 would be one time rented, correct?
I don't know why I have a 2 in there, in this column, not sure,
You hit the 2 instead of the 0, that's how.
probably.
Note number 19. Transfer out road fund 35,000, rec 100, park 400 as a loan from general fund.
I believe that was from, the recreation 100K, I thought was maybe from last year. Not,
Well, you can
not
see
quite
hundred and
sure.
25K was budgeted.
But if you take a look at note 42.
Yeah, we still have budgeted transfers to make.
Right,
So this is another 85,000 coming from where? Transfers from other funds, 85,000, where's that coming out of? General fund?
let me see if that is evident here. So according to note 19, that was $100,000. And it would be from general fund, yes. And so it looks like I reduced that because there's already, or if the transfers would have been made, there would be about 140,000 in the account. And so I dropped that back to 85,000.
I think you're a little low on the interest here, Ron. How did you come up with the $60?
I'm on a different page right now, looking at a question.
Sure. Wait.
Yeah.
Love them. Perfect size.
Moment yet. Sorry. No. I'm trying to catch up on some math from yesterday. And specifically, what I'm trying to catch up on is, I believe, what we were going to transfer into park.
So you're looking for that 2024 budget, the last page for reps. Right.
Well, I'm
That shows what we were gonna transfer in.
I don't think I made corrections to the general fund page yesterday.
Oh.
Once we reduced the amount of money that was going to potentially go to park fund, okay? So before I move too much further, I'm remembering that the number being 370,000.
375.
375.
370, and then we added the 5,000 for the ice merchandising. unit.
So
370.
that's under capital expenditures.
You correct me,
What?
3 electronics.
Well. I'm researching and watching, so this works out pretty good for me.
That was under line item 970, but we left the transfers in at 400. Is that everyone else's recollection? And I think we were going to revisit line item 699 under revenue once we got to the bottom line of the part.
Well, I'm looking for confirmation here, but I do remember that last year, you wanted, $200,000 from the general fund to go into the park fund so that, not knowing how long it was gonna take to get the grant money back, you wouldn't be not able to pay the engineering firm and contractors. And so I believe that 200,000 was in the 602,934 transfer. So you've already got, we've got the grant money now. So really that 200,000 needs to go back to the general fund. Either that, or you reduce your so-called loan, which I'm not gonna vote for, loan from the general fund to the park fund. Because you already got $200,000 of that money.
So is it in the, where is that money? In what fund is that money?
Well, if it was transferred to park, it was transferred, it would be in park. And then
So I'm asking, where is the money?
it probably got spent on the boat launch project. So that's
Where are
what
the
you
grant
wanted.
funds, Ardella?
The grant funds are in the park fund as well. That's where it was deposited to 208.
But are you asking, has the transfers been done yet? Is that what you're asking?
There seems to be some question about the amount of balance in the park fund. So I'm trying to determine what that balance is.
Well,
Whatever it is as of Della's last treasurer's report.
and I don't have that in front of me.
So y'all got that in the board packet.
No, I handed it out the last. week.
Oh, did you? Okay, yeah. Well, anyways, everybody has it. Is my.
So I think I scanned that. if I remember correctly.
Well, you know, looking back last year, I mean, everybody's got their budget on their, from last year on their laptop, right? Or in print. We did not break down transfers to other funds on the general. For park, we said 602,934, but we didn't break down.
Yeah, we did. It's.
I don't have it
it's-
here.
It's at the bottom of the, I'm
Page.
looking for it.
Well, I'm looking at the bottom of the page for the general. And it doesn't, you know, it shows the totals for each fund that we're going to be transferring into, but doesn't.
I might
Well,
not.
I
have
don't
saved
see
it
that.
yet.
When the
Well,
It's
On-
on the
Here's
chart.
parts
Look, right
breakdown.
here, look.
I got
Here's
it.
breakdown.
February on top and January below it.
Okay, so I think we just deal with February. Can I make copies of this February for
Yeah.
everybody?
Sure.
so March 8th of 2023 was when, I don't remember if this was we'd already done park, and this was, we were revisiting it.
So from the year before, we transferred in 325,894 from the park to the general. And the 602,934 included that amount going back to park.
That's what I remember.
Well, that's what's in our budget document.
Which page?
22,
And what date? The one we're working with?
I'm talking about our current budget that we passed last year.
And I'm talking about the 602, 394 or nine
That's what I'm
thirty-four,
talking
whatever
about
it
too.
was. Did that not include $200,000 from the general fund so that no contractors would go without being paid?
I know that's the discussion, Cheryl, but it doesn't show it in black and white.
No, I get it. You have to go back to last year's notes about the park fund.
That's what I'm doing, and I'm saying it's not on here. I don't have my physical notes from last year.
You're looking at the text box that was at the bottom of that fund. That was
Yes.
added. after.
That's tells us why we did what we did.
Well, how we got to the 602,934 is that
Thank
we
you.
transferred 524,290 for that project. And then there was a 15% contingency of 78,644. But we were gonna revisit that. I'm pretty sure there was $200,000 taken out of the general fund for the boat launch project. That was not park money. It was general fund money. Which was supposed to be returned, which is supposed to be returned to the general fund upon getting the grant money. Because that was just to make sure we had,
What mystery are we
Money.
trying to solve?
Well, I can tell you for sure that this February report doesn't include the transfer out of the money because the money's still sitting there. The 385,0439.
So
That happened in March, which you're not seeing on this report. This is the February report, and we don't have March closed yet. Obviously. So the money that you're seeing under 208, that has not been transferred back on this report to general. You know, the 85% that we're supposed to transfer out. That's happened, but it's not on a February report. You
well, I
follow me?
think that happened in January, Della.
No, I don't think so.
it was supposed to.
Yeah,
Would you like me to go back and pull up the report to find out for sure?
I'm pretty sure the receipt I posted was dated January, but
It may have
Approved
been,
by the
dated.
township,
We did
Oh,
not do it until March.
okay, all right.
Boy, I thought for sure you told us at the February meeting you'd completed it.
No, I didn't. I believe I told you I hadn't.
So I don't think we got a January or a February report.
You did. I handed it out and then I sent it to you electronically with
Okay.
an apology. It should be, we'll put that
That's,
in.
that's
the-
what that's what these two are. We just
Yeah.
got them. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Remember at our March meeting, I handed them out with an
Yeah,
apology.
yeah, yeah. And so that was January and February. Yep.
Yeah.
And they're slated for our April packet as
Right.
correspondence,
Right.
as you requested.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
So what are we trying to figure out here?
I-
Cause now I've jumped back and forth so many times. I don't know what we're looking for.
There seems to be some question about $200,000 from the general fund from last year's budget. That's how we got to the 602.
Yeah.
And so,
And so, yeah, and that doesn't have to do with rec fund, so, it's just pointing out that. Park fund has already been, the general fund has already given up $200,000 that went to the park fund that is supposed to be returned to.
so there would be some documentation of that, I trust, right?
Don't you look in the minutes? See
No,
what's
I
in the
mean,
minutes.
some bank record, right?
Well, it hasn't been transferred back. When you transferred the 602, that 200,000. From my understanding of it, as I remember now, this was Don's suggestion. Let's put the 200, let's take that $200,000 that we're expecting on the grant. We don't know when we're gonna get it. So we need to take that out of the general fund and put it in the park fund so that we can pay the contractors. And they're not waiting for us to get grant funds to be paid.
I remember the
That sounds like
conversation.
something I'd say.
Well,
Yeah.
that's pretty
What?
much the conversation.
So the only point I'm getting at, and it really has to do with park in general, is that the park has already gotten. The balance in the park fund includes 200,000. Now that we've gotten the grant funds. That's $200,000 that came from general.
I mean, if we wanna put this to paper, that's great. But I don't see it happening right now, because I don't have all the information in front of me.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm not Mr. Wizard, I can't remember everything.
And here's the thing, so I put the notations on the budgets. So that we remember why we were transferring things. And we remember what is supposed to be paid out of the 970 accounts in funds. So what is the notation for the 85,000 transfer from the general fund to the rec fund that is being shown in this budget right here? What is that to be used for?
Oh. We'll go back to the budget.
No, so we all understand that there's a pending project at Pratt with the Lossy Road Nature Trail. And
So if it's going to the Lossy Road Nature Trail, that's all I need to know. I
no,
will make
I-
that notation.
I'm not committing it to that.
Then why is it being transferred?
It's being transferred so they have money in that account should that project move forward. But I'm not committing it to the Lossy Road Nature Trail. I'm not recommending it be committed.
So it's funds for their projects. Track projects.
And really, this conversation started out to what amount the recreation fund had in it currently. And it looks like about $10,000.
I'm good. All I need to know is what it's earmarked for. Funds for PrAC projects. The 95,917, however, is for Lossy Road Nature Trail.
Can you still hear us out there in Zoom?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did it drop or something?
Who's talking?
So my computer for some reason won't change screens, and I just wondered if Zoom was still happening or not.
Okay,
So the dreaded not responding.
oh, is that what you got?
Yeah. Maybe we're back live here.
Hey Heidi,
Yes.
do you remember when the road commission was there?
Mhm,
And I told them about that, nothing on the road?
mhm.
Do you know when I went home that night, they had it fixed?
Yeah. Well, like that, do you know what I did? I fixed my own potholes and some.
Yeah, well, this is on a
I under-
county road, not my personal road.
Well, I understand it, but they fix potholes right next to potholes that. You get out of the truck and you see a pothole, so you fix one, but the one next to it doesn't get fixed.
Oh, I don't know about that. There was
That's the
just
bad-
one deviation in the pavement, and when you hit it, it literally would throw your
Mhm.
vehicle across. the
I know where
line.
you're talking.
And it's right on a curve, so that's pretty dangerous.
It's like the idiot with the light when you go around Elk Lake Road and his light shining right in your face.
Yeah, fine.
I don't know.
Are we ready?
No, I remember.
So are we good with the 85,000 as general projects?
Get back to there.
I'm fine with that. So that brings a total revenue for Park and Rec at 181,052.
181052.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, what am I missing here?
You didn't ever bounced up the interest earned. You were
What-
stuck on that.
Well, what did we change on that? Got all excited, saw GFL on my phone, to figure out why would they be
Yeah.
on my phone, it's not the reminder that I would pay my commitment tomorrow. Yeah, are we still sitting at $60 for 665?
You want to change it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why I'm got different than you. But yeah, I think $60 is a little low.
Okay. What do you want to go to?
Let's just stick with 100 and we'll see where we're at. I know it's a low, but.
Okay.
But if we go from the top to the bottom, because I'm missing something somewhere, Ron.
All right. 00
Yeah.
95,917
Mhm.
75 00
Okay,
100.
under ball field rental, I have 428. That's what it was last year, but you're saying it's gonna be 0?
We didn't budget anything for it last year.
Alright, so that's probably where my problem is.
Well, but we're doing the banners again, so we get $50 per
Per
banner.
banner, and you're also getting money from Milton. Well, you're not getting money, they're buying some banners.
Is that 428, is that the banner, Cheryl? Cause this says rental fees.
Well, I think that's what we put it under.
Alright. So we need
Yeah,
to
and
put some,
I think it was $550. I don't know why it says 428, actually, or maybe it was 400 and there was. Maybe there was some batting cage fees or something. Batting cage would go under there too.
so do you have a
Although I can't-
recommendation?
I can't remember,
I mean, there's nothing in the current year of 550 or thereabouts. I mean.
But we did generate,
Mhm.
so that means more likely it was the signs that were in there.
But we've been doing the signs for several years.
There's nothing for the prior. It's interesting.
yeah, last year. Well, we budgeted 550. So
That's on interest earned.
last year's adopted budget. No, I'm sorry. Actually, the 550 goes under. The ball field banners go under 590. So
Grants and private sources,
Well, that would make sense. The private sources
right,
is baseball league.
So the ball field rental is when somebody wants to have a family reunion there and they're gonna rent the ball field, or somebody's having a small tournament or something. So. Did we rent the ball field last year, Sean?
what's that?
Did we rent the ball field last year?
I don't know, you'd have to ask Andrew. Well, I see. We got 150 under pavilion rental. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Other revenues is where we put the banners. And that was 550 in this fiscal year.
So that's,
And
looks
the,
like that's been put underneath interest earned,
yes, it does.
well,
so,
interest earned so far through February in the rec fund is 473.
okay, so that's not right.
So I could have gotten a line off there.
That's
I mean,
what I'm
it's
thinking.
Possible.
So,
Then your 100 should really go up to, if she says it's, oh, this is for next year.
yeah,
She said there's almost $486 in that interest earned fund, you only get,
No, I said 473
okay,
through the end of February.
you put 100.
And there was 150 of pavilion rental, so apparently it was rented twice. And there was 550 in revenue for banners.
so, and you say that that should be posted under 671.
Well, it was in this fiscal year, but then I look at the prior fiscal year. And I wonder if it wasn't under 590.
Well, yeah,
Because
because
I
look at
see
you got
1400.
1450.
I mean, I can see it under either one.
Alright,
So, but during this fiscal year, it definitely went under other revenues.
What is the current interest earned?
473 through the end of February.
was there anything listed, Cheryl, for 671 other revenues this year?
Yeah, that's where the 550 went.
Alright, so that needs to be,
That's banners.
So we'll put 550 on that line item.
On 671,
Yeah,
and you're leaving the interest at 100.
I believe so.
That take the new total of 181,602.
at 642.
I have 181,642.
But I am.
Okay.
$181,642.
Yeah.
What's next?
So the wages, that's Andrew's other 10%, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Salaries, I'm sorry, 702.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's going up by what percentage? Andrew's salary?
I believe it was 6%.
So that'd be 10% of that would be 4770.
Is that what you want to put on 702, Cheryl? 4770 or
Well,
5,000?
That's the accurate figure. When you're on a salary, you get a set amount each week. Or each pay period.
Want to just round it to 5 or leave it at 4?
Yes, I would like to leave it at 5 and move on. Yep.
Does anybody else have a problem with any of these entries? Doing this line by line is getting very old. And we do it the same way, you've been doing it the same way for like 7 years.
Yeah.
So, let's continue on and get this over with.
So, take a look at note 43. I would like to have a discussion about the Park and Recs Committee. And what their structure is.
Park and Rec Committee, Advisory Committee is just that, they're an advisory committee.
They're governed by
And-
ordinance, though.
And I'm not seeing a problem with how they're operating. They're a productive group. They're a cohesive group. if you're looking at changing something like adding a Zoom person and getting it online, I'm okay with that. But you've got you've got a chair that actually does the work to put together the packet and provide it to the members.
I don't
Most
believe
chairs
that's
don't.
accurate.
Most chairs don't, with the exception of Rachel. When she's not here anymore, so we're gonna see how that works.
Right.
Should work splendidly.
I would hope so.
It's all been.
Well, my
discussed in
concern is
meetings.
that
Total
we have,
transparency.
we have absolutely no way to understand what that group's doing. Their packets have no supportive information in it.
You know,
Um,
Well, their minutes reflect what they're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
So
true.
you don't go by the packet.
yes,
You go by the
do, Cheryl.
minutes.
You go
I'm
by
sorry.
the-
Well,
Yeah,
they can change their agenda if everyone's there. So, well,
Really?
actually, they can change their agenda even if not, everyone's not there because it's a regular meeting. It's only special meetings you can't do that for. But they do a lot of legwork that I doubt Andrew wants to take on. So,
And now that he is actually attending their meeting, I think,
yeah, that just
you know,
started.
we're going to be getting more information filtered through him also. So
Okay.
that's something different, you know, having Andrew, the actual park manager, attending these meetings. He gives us a monthly meeting report. He started to come, so, you know, that's,
then they need to change their
plus.
bylaws. Then they need to change their bylaws.
To say what?
Well, to say what? You switched it from a park manager to a board liaison.
and as you have said many times during this budget process, that's a policy issue. Not a
Yeah.
budget
That's
issue.
right.
Okay.
But if it's
I'd
something
like
you,
to see their budget like my budget from the PC, where
well,
they're going, where they've been, how they're getting there, and that doesn't happen.
well, I think we need to stop criticizing what we've
I'm
not
not-
been involved in.
Oh, I've been to their meetings. I've been to a couple of their meetings.
Couple meetings. You know how long they've been meeting?
Yeah,
I've
I've
been
been
reading
reading
on there.
Okay, in the press.
So-
No, we're talking about.
so
the
let's
press.
get back to.
Yeah, me too.
Let's
Okay.
get back to the budget, please.
So if we look at the recommendations that have been put together by PrAC with the help of Andrew, because he helped Melissa put this together. Can we?
Yes,
just
that's
look
not
at their
right either.
funding?
That's not right either. So,
His name's on it.
yeah, I get it.
He should have been helping with it. The park manager always did. In fact, the park manager helped
Right.
me prac a
We
lot
understand, sure.
with their
Yeah.
budgets and did an Excel spreadsheet of the
More like
930 and the
directed.
970
Or
accounts.
demanded it, maybe. That might be. the-
You know, so we were very organized.
So I'm wondering, you know, on her email to us.
Yeah.
It has park recommendations also, and when we went through park, we didn't pull this up and look at this. Is this stuff that Andrew feels like new
Mhm. Yeah.
beach work and fence work and the toddler playground and new hand dryers, air hand dryers?
Yeah, the toddler playground has already been, they're working on the design of that right now.
Right, but
The
did we,
engineering company.
did we account for funds in the park budget for these recommendations? That's my true question, Ron.
I didn't see it listed.
The toddler playground, probably not. But the rest of those items, yeah, those are all covered under the, I don't know, what, $55,000 of
Facility maintenance.
facility maintenance.
Okay,
So looking at her.
Toddler playground would be a capital expenditure,
Really?
brand new equipment.
that's a lot of money for playground equipment.
So looking
Playground
at,
playground equipment is
Melissa's-
extremely expensive.
looking at Melissa's recommendation for recreation. You know, maybe we want to revisit the transfer from other funds. So she's got 165K for Lossy Road. And then there's a BCNA loop at 97 plus parking lot 6K. I'm not sure what that's all about. See separate email on these details to consider. Did anybody get a separate email?
I didn't.
And then 4 new metal bleachers at 45K. Feasibility study for High Prairie Walking Trail 5K. Lossy and BCNA mowing. Yeah, I think we got that one. I think we've got that covered. So if you
I
think,
know that the bleachers, they're a pretty good condition over there. And I think where I have not done the research, it seems like 45K is a bit much for. Actually, it's not 4 bleachers, it's 4 sets of seating, isn't it?
I don't know, I didn't get the details of any of this.
Is Melissa online? Is she on Zoom? No.
Yes,
And Andrew's not
Oh,
here
she just
either,
said yes,
so
yes.
seems like Andrew would be here for the rec budget.
So I heard her, but I don't see her name here.
Melissa, are you there?
I am here. Yeah,
Why did you sign in under somebody else's name?
I'm on someone else's computer.
So we can ask all the questions we want on how these numbers came up. Melissa?
Yeah, absolutely.
The 4 new metal bleachers for 45K, can you explain that?
Yeah, it's 4 new sets of bleachers to replace the 4 sets that are there currently.
And these are all metal,
Correct.
so we don't have to sand and paint wooden
Correct.
bleachers?
Yeah, so we had 2 thoughts on what we could do. One was to put caps over the existing boards, which we were trying to get pricing on, and as of the last meeting that we had, I still had not received that back. Another PrAC member was working on getting that price. This would be more of the worst case scenario if we ended up going with brand new metal, all metal bleachers.
Obviously, capping would be cheaper.
We would think so, yeah.
Melissa, aren't some of the boards warped over there though?
There's a lot of them that are warped. We've maintained and tried to resurface. We've flipped them. We've done replacement of boards. We've done a lot of Band-Aids over the last, several years, which still could be done. I'm not saying it's, dilapidated to the point where you can't maintain it, but it is, literally people can get slivers on their butts and fingers and everything else the way they are currently.
That's the same set of bleachers that was there when my husband played ball there at that field. So they're probably the original one.
I gotta believe it.
Here's a project with assumptions of how much it's gonna cost. So how are you gonna?
They weren't assumptions. I did take bleacher costing offline. I did a number of different research through different locations on the websites. This was a median price.
With that feasibility study for High Prairie Park Walking Trail, if you do that, are you going to be able to use that to be able to apply for grants? To
would be-
actually do a walking trail?
Yeah, that would be the hopes. That would just be step number 1 to really get an idea of overall, what it would take, from an engineering perspective, give us an idea of then what we can do to get funding moving forward, which obviously would be a longer process.
A walking trail would be a really nice addition to that park over there.
I think it's something
We've
that's been
talked about it.
planned for a very, very long time.
Yeah, I think we still have an old plan in the township hall from the last engineer that worked on this, which was before my time. I don't remember how long ago it was, but quite a long time ago.
On the toddler playground equipment, Melissa,
Mhm.
the 30,000 for install as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there is an ability to save some money on that equipment potentially with their early bird sale. Which Brandon was getting information on. I'm hoping he's gonna have some information tonight at the meeting. But as of right now, we're working on the budgets that we had.
And for the fence work, is that just materials thinking park rangers would replace? Is that the split rail fence?
So let me look, that was a Andrew item. Let me see what he said on that.
This is at the park.
Yeah, at the park.
So this is what,
I believe that is the split. He didn't specify that on his information to me.
okay, so you're not sure if that's labor or just materials? Labor and materials or just materials?
I'm not 100%. He didn't break it down. He just said fence work. Unfortunately, I don't have anything else.
Same with the beach sand? Or beach work?
Correct.
And how about the handheld mopper?
My assumption is that's just for that material. I don't think there would be anything else to that.
Okay.
So currently, if we maintain the transfer of funds into creation. And we complete the fund transfers that were anticipated in our current budget. And this is coming from note 42. We should have about $140,000 in that fund as it sits today. Add the 85,000 that we're going to transfer into it. That should be about 2.25 in value. And so it looks like there's
Need to be
Oh,
about
back there.
250,000 in proposed recreation spending. So if we we added another 66 to 70,000 to that number. That would contemplate all of those projects. And I'm still gonna say that I don't think Lossy Road Nature Trail is gonna happen. Last I heard, they're talking about a motorized trail. I don't know why we would be talking about a motorized trail, but that seems to be what's happening.
But sometimes you have to talk about it in order to eliminate it.
And so I'm gonna reach out to Gosling Zubek and find out just what's going on.
Well, the last I knew, they're trying to find out where the township ever made it a non-motorized trail. And
Well,
In
Heidi
fact-
and Ron, you guys
Yeah.
did a bunch of research on it. Where'd that ever go?
Yep, so, it's. I think
I-
finished,
It's finished.
yeah,
So-
I mean, so, I don't know, it's in one of our zoning ordinance. Updates where we actually noticed the public that, if access was needed. It would be looked at on a case by case basis. That's what the maintenance plan says. The maintenance plan says it's a non-motorized trail. So,
Well, there,
no, the management plan says that adjacent property owners have motorized access for maintenance.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
okay, so whatever's in that maintenance plan,
Management plan.
management plan,
You,
why wouldn't we just follow what's in our management plan?
I totally agree. So please provide that information, Cheryl.
You all
If-
have the
If
management
you have a
plan.
different copy of it,
No,
please provide it.
I don't have a different copy.
Okay.
You all have a copy of it. It's never been changed since we've been here.
Well, maybe your copy is different somehow. Might be.
No,
different.
but there is a place in there where it says that all of the rules that apply to BCNA also apply to Lossy Trail. And so therefore, Lossy Trail is, and here again, the question is,
Are we making
where did
stuff
the
up?
township board ever say that that was a non-motorized trail? I don't think Heidi and Ron found it. If they would have brought it to our attention.
Well, Ron wants it to be a non-motorized trail.
I use the word
thought-
Cheryl, I use the word shared. I did not say motorized, I use the word shared.
Okay, you and I, at one point in a meeting, talked about.
Just.
So what does this have to do with budget?
Well, I'm just saying,
Well,
The
you're
Cheryl-
claiming.
I'm
that-
pointing out, Cheryl, that they worked on this together. One has a different opinion than the other.
Yeah,
So I'm not seeing where
And
they're
it's
going
opinion.
and
to.
I'm pointing out that Ron is claiming he, by his own edict, is going to say that the Lossy Road Nature Trail improvements are not gonna happen. And that's not his
Well, he-
decision to make.
Am
He didn't
am I
say
hearing
that.
that you're foreseeing it? It doesn't mean that that's what's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
we're gonna run out of time.
That's his opinion that we're gonna run out
We're
of
gonna run
time.
out of time.
But that doesn't mean we don't plan for it, because what happens if we
Yeah.
don't run out of time?
Well,
Right?
that's just.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, Ardella.
So,
You're in the
we've
right
got more
spot.
than two-
Anything
2
else
years
is just
right now.
cannon fodder.
Got what, 2 years and 9 months?
No.
I think right now.
Nope. We've got to the end of this year to dedicate those funds.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they're dedicated,
Well, you're only one person. By your
Well,
edict, you
but-
can't dedicate those funds.
but that's where the funds came from, county ARPA funds. The county designated them
So would we
to the
like
Lossy
to
Road
add
Nature Trail
some-
improvements.
money
Yes.
or,
If we're talking about, the recreation fund, their wish list here, or their budget of things that they would like to get done in 2024, 2025. Yeah, I'd like to add some more money towards it. If you notice, if you look at our, budget worksheet under capital expenditures, out of the 180,000 that we budgeted to spend, we spent $106.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, on your budget sheet here, I'm looking underneath,
What,
Uh,
what
970.
fund? What,
not 970
what fund?
recreation.
Okay,
We budgeted 180,000 for projects like what we're talking about.
Yep.
and we did none of them.
Okay,
So,
that's not on us.
no, I'm not saying, well,
Okay.
it kind of
Who's
is,
it on?
because the board has to approve anything that
That's
they
right.
come up
The
with.
board has to prove.
So
the
we have to
so-
be willing to move forward.
So what was presented to the board?
I'm just saying, you said it's not up to us. It is up to us eventually, because.
No, I said
they're
it's
an
not on
advisory
us. I said it's
committee.
not on us.
What was approved was a contract with Gosling Zuback to do layout, site layout or something like that. Melissa probably has more. I know there's two Gosling Zuback contracts. And that the board approved, both of them. And is that correct, Melissa? Gosling Zuback, we're under contract with them to do what on the Lassie Road Nature Trail? Come up with a design?
Yes, they're doing the design work so we can get a full packet, construction packet, to be able to get approved and put out to an RFP.
Correct. And the holdup right now is that they want to know legally the status of the trail. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so I know Gary from the Pratt Committee is coming in tomorrow to look at some Lossy Row Nature Trail records. And because certainly at the time that the road commission back in 1992, I believe it was, turned over the Lossy Road Nature Trail to the township, it was not designated as a non-motorized trail at that time. And so where along in the process did it become a non-motorized trail? And where specifically can it be pointed to in official township records that that is a non-motorized trail? That's what they want to know.
Yeah, we're just doing our due diligence, and Gosling as well is doing their due diligence to
Yeah.
make sure we're not encroaching on any public and or access issues
That's right.
before that design is
Okay.
moving forward. And the other contract, to your question, the other contract is with Gosling. In fact, they just provided an initial site layout for that playground equipment over at the park.
So my last thought is, we're a really small township. And we've got lots of recreation venues. How many of them are monetized? One. That's the answer. One generates revenue. From a purely business point of view, should we be looking at putting our funds disproportionately towards that recreation venue? In other words, improving that to make even more money.
Well, if you look at the 2020 Parks and Rec survey, trails ranked very, very high on the list. The public, not everybody knows about all the trails in this township, but they can certainly find that information on our website. And the public, as a recreational activity, which of course, after COVID, the state really started pushing outdoor recreational activities being available for the public, and they threw out a whole bunch of money towards that, and then the federal government threw out this ARPA money towards that. Trails are a huge thing right now. And so, and the public does expect the trails to be maintained and improved over the years so that, they can have their continued enjoyment of the trails. So, the public even walks through Whitewater Township Park. I've met many people walking out there.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people use those trails out there.
It is. And So,
that
and
was
they're
kind-
not campers.
that was kind of the thought behind that question is, you know, we only have a limited amount of funds, right? And so I picture us as the little frog who starts a foot away from the well. And every day that frog jumps half the distance to the well. That's what we're doing, I think, with a lot of our park spending
Well, the
or
problem is,
recreation.
what we
spending.
just saw yesterday in the park fund is you wanna take on. You're putting in the budget gross amounts of money for umpteen different projects. Those projects aren't all gonna get done this year. There's no way. There isn't enough time for anybody to get any conglomeration of firms and whatnot to get all those Whitewater Township Park projects done. You're gonna have to pick out the top 2 or 3 that need to be accomplished. To get the park open to fund, and other than that, getting $400,000 loans from the general fund to the park fund is not the kind of money that the general fund has.
Well, a lot of that money, of course, goes to maintaining what we just paid $600,000 for. So the
Sure.
fact that,
The whole
Fact-
facility has to be maintained.
there was no maintenance dollars assigned to that during our original conversation is not my problem. But I'm the one that's dealing with it. So
Well,
you can say they're gross amounts of money, and you're right, they are, but that should have been part of our discussion. As with any of these proposed projects, the Lossy Road Trail and the BCNA loop, all of those are going to require more maintenance.
and that's what the public expects us to do
Yeah.
with their tax funds. They expect to have a township hall where they can come in, pay their taxes, get a zoning permit, vote in an election. And they also expect to be able to use the public amenities that are out there, the parks, something that they can go do for the most part for free because they've already paid their taxes.
Well, it's part of the rural character they all wanna see too.
That's right.
So. I'm sorry. Are we going to,
The question in front of us is, are we gonna add 70,000 to 699 and potentially fund everything that's on this page? And I say no.
2699?
Well, and I don't really fault Melissa for this, but Andrew should know that some of this stuff is maintenance and comes out of 930, and some of it is capital expenditure and comes out of 970. So that's what we need. We need these expenses laid out in an organized fashion that we can go to those expenditure line items and say, yeah, we're gonna do these projects here, and this is how much it's gonna cost out of facility repairs and maintenance. And this is how much it's gonna cost out of capital expenditure. So I would have liked to see these numbers, obviously fence work, beach work, handheld mopper. Those are all maintenance. The playground equipment and the hand dryers, which are exceedingly expensive. We looked into those for High Prey at one time and determined it was too expensive. And on some of this
But it
other
does
stuff,
keep all the paper off the floor.
Yeah,
true, it does keep the paper off the
Only
floor.
takes one person to
But
screw up a
it
bath.
doesn't keep the wet toilet paper off the floor, Heidi, and that's another problem that we find out there. But, so under recreation, this baseball back of fence, clear grind, scrub,
I'm good at
freeze,
85.
2,500, that's.
I just
that's
asked to do that,
maintenance.
now she's
Weed
repeating. it.
spray,
And you
that's
told me they
maintenance.
weren't gonna do it, so I'm out.
Well,
I mean, what are the
I don't know,
realistic?
I don't know why.
Guys, I'm trying to listen to what Cheryl.
Well, I don't know why we're going down this rabbit hole that we have to list what maintenance items are gonna be done out of the budget. That is ridiculous.
Because that goes under your facility repairs and maintenance line item, and then you can know whether you have allotted enough money for that, because you're always gonna put some money in there for unexpected facility repairs and maintenance. That's
So-
all I'm getting at. This could be.
I'm good at
you know,
85,000.
We take,
But you,
if we
Heidi,
take,
Are you good at
listen, if
85,000?
we take the hundred and
I'm moving on.
twenty-five
You
thousand.
know,
I'm moving on.
I need to walk this through in my mind.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
then
If we
do
take
it
the
another
hundred
time.
and twenty-five thousand that was last year that didn't get spent, but was budgeted for, and we transfer it into the park fund, and we take your 85,000 number from this year, and it actually gets transferred, not park, I'm sorry, recreation fund, and it actually gets transferred in a timely manner. With what's already sitting in there, we got about $220,561 to use to accomplish the expenses that we have listed here today.
The February report only shows 10,000 in the
Yep.
rec.
No,
Yeah,
no,
okay.
you gotta look at
Look at note
budget.
42.
Okay.
from last year, the 125 that, if you look on the 699 transfer in from other funds, that 125 done. On Ron's Excel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hasn't happened. It hasn't been transferred in yet. It's part of the end of the year budget thing or whatever. But if we take Ron's 85 number from this year, we add them together, we're a lot closer to meeting some of these requests that is out there. If we could move that 85 up just a little bit, I think we could be able to plan for some of these things. I mean, if I added up everything that is on Melissa's list, which I understand what Cheryl's saying, some of it is maintenance. Let me pull that back up.
So somebody should be educating these people on how to do their budget.
Sure. But if we look at what's all on there, it's like $321.09 or $321,950. I added it up. We know that not all of that's gonna happen. Right? This is just. If I got everything I wanted, this is what it's gonna cost. Well,
I'm good at 85. Got a number?
And I'm just gonna point out here that, apparently Ron sought no communication with Melissa or Andrew on the Parks and Rec budgets. He just went out there and did them, and didn't talk to them about, their various projects and.
By the
all
way,
that. So,
that
Yeah.
is my duty.
No,
Per the
it's-
policy and procedure manual.
it's
Now,
your
it
duty,
is the
it's
duty
your duty
for the
seek
department
from each
heads to
department
bring
head.
their own information.
Why
That's
did I
right,
have
it's
to
the
do it?
duty of each one to bring their own information.
Heidi, what's,
Why did I have to do my budget like that and get screamed and yelled at for months about how I presented my budget and my projects? You wanted it a certain way, you got it a certain way. But here's a committee that can just throw it in a nice little, I want this for this, no backup, nothing. And you want her to communicate with Ron, technically, she should have had it all on a spreadsheet, had where she's going, where she's been, how she's getting there, where they're at now, and where they're going, and what's the common goal.
sure, Heidi, who told them that that's what they wanted, that we wanted?
I don't know, you
Did we
yelled and
tell-
screamed
we
at
told
me.
No, we didn't. We told
So-
the planning commission how
Okay.
we wanted it. Did
Mhm.
we tell the BRAC how we wanted
Heidi,
it? No, we
are-
did not.
are you good at 85? On line item 699?
I'm not. I would like to see it. At least
Heidi?
100,000.
I'm good at 85, and here's why. When they come back and show us exactly detailed amounts for what they need, we'll give them more. Believe that's what you tell everyone
Don?
else.
I'm fine with the 85 based on Heidi's reasoning. I agree with her.
I'm not wrong, am I, Don?
I agree with you, Heidi. I just said it.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on. Any problem with 703 at $9,000?
That's just.
Did they get an increase last year? I'm looking. Parks and Rec.
I think you increased everybody last year.
Yeah, they went from 70 to 75,
Went to 75,
Yeah.
70,
and chairman went from 100 to 120.
yeah.
Any issues with the office supply? License fees here seems to be out of the range.
Talking about the 300.
Right. 729, we budgeted last year $200, and there's 273 worth of expenditures.
I don't remember what license they get over there, but I know they have to have that water testing done, but I think.
Yeah,
that
that
might
water
be-
testing, the health department.
That would not be under license and
Well, the health
fees.
department. Yeah, there is a health department charge. Yep.
But that would be under maybe professional services, or do you throw it under? License
The
and
273
fees.
is more accurate. So, I mean, 300 is a good bump.
Okay. I can't believe that there was no operating expense for the entire,
Yeah, there's been $274 in license and fees paid.
who did that go to?
I don't have that in front of me. I'd have to pull up that particular line item.
Is there gonna be an increase? Do you think that's 25, 26 bucks is enough of an increase if they increase the fees on you? Since we don't know what they are? But okay, leave
Or
it.
you can look on your revenue and expenditure reports and see exactly what that is.
Cheryl, I just wish.
So
you gave us
those are done
reports
in
every month,
detail.
So we didn't have to sit here for hours.
Well,
Come on.
pull up your revenue and expenditure report, the
Are we
last
good
one
at
you got.
700 on operating
Sure.
expenses because we didn't
There.
spend anything last year?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a
Okay.
function of allocation.
Yes, it's a-
I'm not helpless, Cheryl.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that discussion?
promotional services,
Professional service.
professional services.
Operating expenses 700,
Number
license and fees
44.
is $300.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
What was the 10,000 professional services for if we haven't spent any?
So, depending on when the contract for Gosling Zubek hits, I would think that's where their fees would go here.
I don't believe so. I believe that comes out of the capital expenditure because that's where the expenses of that were put.
Okay, so we'll drop that down to zero then.
I'm not positive, but here again, your
That's-
revenue and
that's good.
expenditure report would show what was paid out of there.
We'll drop it down to zero.
Again,
For
on lawn
804
maintenance, if you're
is
gonna
going
do
to
your own
zero?
lawn maintenance, that's gonna have to go to the wage line item. I'm sorry.
So you're saying 804 is going down to zero? Did I miss something?
Yeah, it's going down to zero because she says it's in professional somewhere else.
Because when there's a capital improvement project, the fees for design and all that come out of the capital improvement line item. Capital expenditure. To keep everything in one line item.
Lawn maintenance services. No, I think that we've not done a good job at our recreation venues. I took pictures last summer of the parking lot out at Tobico. And there's trees growing in the parking lot.
I drive through there occasionally and I don't see any trees growing in the parking lot.
Hmm.
Shouldn't this be zero if we're gonna be doing our own maintenance?
Well, we're still gonna have to afford, we're still gonna have to fund the account, right? So if a park person does this, I mean, there's gonna have to be funds assigned to it. The park isn't going to absorb all those costs.
But
Well, if
wouldn't
a
that
park
be,
person does it, they will get paid out of the rec fund 703 wage line item because taxes have to be taken out of their wages. And if you buy a mower, that will come out of capital expenditure. I would think any mower you buy, part of the cost of it would come out of the rec fund because there's 4 rec fund parks and only 1 park fund park.
you know, that brings up an interesting topic we've talked about before. Why do we have 2 funds? Why isn't it just a park and rec fund?
Clearly, that's kind of the way we're moving, right? I totally appreciate what you just said. Totally. Totally.
It's easier to track.
Maybe back when they had to, when they had to pay for that bathhouse and the loans had to be separated and everything had to be separate, maybe that's
Yeah,
when
'cause
they
went out
decided
for
to do it.
bonds too, so.
But I like your thinking there, Ardella. So for this line item, 7,800? Is that a good number for everybody, or you want to bump it up a little bit?
Well, I'm wondering if we need to move that 7,800 up to 703.
No,
Why?
not yet.
Cause we haven't
I
done
mean,
the,
so we haven't really made the decision. You know, if I think yesterday we looked at spending maybe $80,000 on this equipment. So now before Thursday, I want to get you guys images of what these things are. Now I know a potential budget, and the board may or may not approve it, right? So I
You
think
mean
it's,
before Tuesday? Tuesday's when the budget, oh, you're talking this Thursday,
yeah. this
2 days
Thursday,
from now.
2 days from now. So
Okay.
I've got a lot of work to do to get you some tangible information.
All right, so just leave the
I think
7,800
it
there.
belongs there for now, yes. And waste removal services, again, I think this is, I know park staff goes to these different recreational venues and empties garbage. That's where those fees belong.
No, waste removal, if they go there, that's wages. Waste removal is if you have a dumpster at these venues, and you don't have a dumpster at any of these venues. That's what waste
but if you're
removal is.
gonna break
That's the
it,
GFL charge, monthly charge that you
He's
see.
saying to prorate what the bags are that they're putting.
No, the time sheet for the labor for a ranger is broken out
That's right.
and,
Okay.
and split to where to the right
Sure.
unit. So,
That's right.
So it would show up under wages.
yes,
It's a
Or,
wage thing.
But not the physical garbage.
no, the
It's-
garbage comes back,
So
to
then
the
the-
park and gets dumped in the dumpster there.
That's right.
but you still need to put it in the appropriate budget because you just
I
slapped.
think we're counting pennies though, and we don't
Okay.
need to do that.
That's for if you have
We used to have a dumpster at High Prairie Park and
trash.
people were
pickup.
putting household garbage in there.
That's
Yeah.
right.
So 500 for septic services. 500 for pension plan.
Is that $300 enough for mileage? Don, for them driving all over the place?
Well, it depends on what, if we end up with a truck,
Right.
then we're
Right.
okay. If it's, So,
Well, they used 50
We
last
end up
year
with
and
the
20
truck,
year before.
that will go under, the township will be buying the gas with a fuel man card. And that's for personal mileage there. They're not gonna be putting their own gas in a township owned vehicle.
So if they take their vehicle down to clean the bathrooms at High Prairie Park, they put their,
they track them.
They get mileage for
Right.
that. That's
and
what,
last year we
But if
used
they take
50
a
and the year
township
before we
owned
used
vehicle-
20. We budgeted 100 and now we're budgeting 300. I think we're safe.
Well, thinking along the lines of this conversation. Maybe we bump that back to 100. Right,
Yeah, I think that's fine.
their education and training under park fund.
There should be. Because maybe there's stuff that Andrew would like to get some training on.
Well,
If there
I'm
isn't.
specifically thinking of. I don't see education and training under the park fund. And I'm thinking of tractor college, if you will. And lawnmower school.
You gotta send them.
See, and I was thinking of sending Andrew to some educational seminars for Parks and Rec management. Wouldn't hurt. All the education out there is worth something. So if we didn't do that, maybe we should look back at that and add it.
Yeah, there is no educational line item in park. So I'm good with the 350. For educational.
I don't, publishing, I don't know what we published down there.
Okay, so back to 100.
Yeah.
Well, okay, this is not the park, the campground, this is different parks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Electricity, we might be a little light on figuring that was as of the end of January. So we still had February, March. 2 more months to go.
Probably all of 1,800, what you think? Maybe more?
Want to bump it to 2?
I think 1,800 should do it.
Okay.
So we left publishing at 300, or did we move that down?
No, we moved that to 100.
You moved that to 100.
Sorry, I was looking back at park.
And facility repair and maintenance.
Yeah, I think we spent 6, and I know that we talked about the Melissa's memo has a couple maintenance items in there that are approximately $3,500. And then I will tell you, I have 2 notes. That the door that the baseball, it's just hanging off the frame. It needs to be replaced.
Well, don't forget that the signs that was worked on, they're not all park expense. It really shouldn't be, because they're for High Parade, they're for Toba.
Oh, yeah, no.
You know, so that should go underneath this 930, should it not? The expense of that? And what it cost us to have those repaired.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm saying that that between the 2 items that Melissa had put on here, and I've noticed the baseball door, I've been out there with Amber.
That's
whole-
brand new, isn't it?
No.
No,
which
the
door are you
lock.
talking about, Don?
the
The baseball door,
automated lock.
where the baseball gets in and out. Oh crap, it's baseball
Yep.
where they store the bases and things like
The
that.
south door on the pavilion?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It is.
Because that used to be a double door and now it's only a single.
Brian
Right.
Cobb put that door on there.
Yeah, that was not that long ago.
And delete it. I'm fine.
And, you know,
Don't give you my opinion, yeah.
Part of
Obviously, there's a problem.
Is it a safety issue, Don?
The door is not working. It's, I mean, sometimes it doesn't lock. The frame is all
So somebody
wonky.
kicked it.
Rot it out?
It's pulling apart the whole frame, yeah. The
Well, then it
modifications
needs to
that
be
were done.
replaced.
And the reason I went through it is I had Chris from Commercial Door out there when he was helping me
Mhm.
because the new Avalon locks weren't locking. The way they installed them, they had carriage bolts that were, it appeared like the door's locked, but the door's never locked. So after we fixed that, I had him look at this door and we didn't have any money budgeted for it. And he's a guy that his first inkling is always to try to save a door because it's you just start all over. You got to frame everything out. And he said this one, he would say this one's got to go.
so did he
And
give
so-
you any idea how much that would cost?
At that time, he said somewhere around $2,800, maybe 3,000 until he priced it. I figured 3,500 because it'll be the better part of the year.
You know, and I did not see on Melissa's list, that the, tennis courts, they need to be power washed. You drive by and you can see they're black, and I don't know what that's from, but they're not clean in any way. And I would think
Been a
leaving,
few years since they were washed.
yeah. So I don't know what that would cost, but that's a maintenance item.
And then the other item I wanted to bring up for discussion is, baseball is starting, starts, if the weather appears to be, snow-free, they'll start the third week in April, certainly if not the fourth week in April. And we have an issue because of temperature. And again, it's subject to change, but, we didn't, in working with the people to get the water open, we didn't get that open till almost May 17th because everything's above ground. It was worried about freezing it down.
Right.
And so, the thought process, I'll give credit where credit's due. I'm gonna give it right back to Brandon Hubble. I thought that he had a great idea that, maybe from the third week, the last week in April to the third week in May, figured like 3 or 4 weeks, just budget Gamoshers for
Outhouse.
an outhouse,
Yeah.
porta toilet to, because I mean, you got a lot of kids, a lot of parents, a lot of little kids, and it just was, that was probably my number one complaint, phone ringing off, 3 out of every 4 days.
Where's the
and
bad-
rightly so. I think that, if it's not, if
Does-
we take a chance and open up, then the damage is gonna be greater than what it costs us
Does
to
the
rent.
15 cover the door and the porta potty?
No, I'm figuring the door, well, yeah, that's what I was doing, trying to do some math here on the 6,000 that we've spent to date. If we added roughly this extra 8,000 or $8,500 in those 4 projects, that we would still be, underneath the 15, close
So you get the door fixed, the porta potty, and what else?
for a couple weeks. Then, they have in here the baseball back fencing.
Porta potty would be under operating expense. We don't consider that a facility repair and maintenance line item. That's
Yes.
just an operating expense.
All right, so what's a porta potty? $90 a month?
So thinking along that line, why don't we just have an electrician put an electric heater in the rooms? Comes on at 45 degrees. Turns off at 50. Or comes on at 40 and turns off at 50. Comes on at 40, turns off at 45.
What's the expense of that?
Well, I'm thinking that everybody likes to be able to wash their hands.
Mhm.
Well, you have wash stations in a porta potty.
Not these.
Okay,
I don't think that's the issue. I think that the whole system could freeze. Not just in the
It's
bathroom.
not meant to be a 4-season
No, it's not.
facility. It wasn't,
No.
you're saying it wasn't built for that.
Porta
But
potty would be
heater-
fine. That's what they use over at Mill Creek. They use that over at Mill Creek all summer. Porta potty for the baseball teams over there.
How do you do this? So you want to leave the 15 number, Don?
I think, yeah, leave the 15 number, we're good there.
Can we
And then,
increase the
um,
740 then to include those porta potties?
Yeah, then I think we should move that 740 to maybe 2,000.
From 700.
2,000 from 700?
Yeah,
Is that to pay for porta potties or?
I'm good with that.
And then what's the
Potentially.
30 going to?
Leaving it at right where it's at.
At the
Oh, okay,
15.
15.
Crossing my fingers, we won't have any storm cleanup to deal with this coming up year. It's expensive.
You got some new totals?
So, looking at line item 970. I picked up that Lossy Road Nature Trail was 143, and I believe that came right off of the budget that we submitted to the county. But yet in Mel's email, it's at 165.
She on there so you can ask her the difference or no?
Mel, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
So I picked up from your grant application that Lossy Road Nature Trail budget was 143. In your email, you say it's 165.
Yeah, that's simply to assume that, when this budget was done, it was a year and a half ago when we went for the ARPA funding. And really, that's just for inflation purposes to have a safety factor. We won't really know that until Gosling gets us more definitive project assessment and cost estimating.
Also under note 45, I've set aside 15K for trail bullyards. Now, if we're gonna move towards a motorized trail, we don't need those.
Ron, can I
Sure.
speak to that?
Yeah,
So I'm not sure where the information you're getting that we're trying to go to a motorized trail. I don't think that's the PrAC's intent. We're simply trying to honor Gosling's request to get the documentation regarding easement and land ownership. That, we're trying to do the due diligence on that aspect. So I don't think the bollards is a bad idea from a budget standpoint. I think that's the direction the PrAC intends to go based on, the budget or the management plan and everything that we know as of to date. So yes, it's still not, 100% verified. Obviously, we're still trying to go through documents and do that due diligence, but our intent is really not to be pushing this towards a motorized trail. In fact, based on the assessments of Gary, who obviously is much more intelligent on land use and park property, he had made a comment the other day to me that made sense, that really this type of land, where it sits and how low it is in the swampy area, is really not built currently to handle motorized traffic, which is exactly why we've got such an issue on the east end, having the trail being rutted up by vehicles. So that's certainly, we want to honor the management plan, and that's our intent.
How does emergency services get down there with bollards?
They usually flip down. Don't they have keys and locks on them?
Nope,
Oh.
they have automatic openers,
Oh,
proximity
isn't that
sensed, solar powered. So anytime
Wow,
an
they've come a
emergency
long way.
vehicle rolls up, the vehicle ID is scanned and poof, the gates just automatically open up.
Nobody has to tend the gate.
So it's a gate.
Okay. Too bad they can't do that with the stoplights. They're called octagons. Are you serious about the gates?
No,
I didn't think
no.
so. Because I always see them kicked over or dented or.
We currently have one gate, and that's installed at Battle Creek Natural Area.
Correct.
It's across a partly private bridge, I guess. I don't know. And to my knowledge, fire department has a key to it. Whether or not they know they have a key, I don't know. So that gives beach access directly off of Miami Beach Road for
Right.
emergency situations.
What's really funny is half the time in those emergency situations, they drive right through the gate, so. Cause nobody can find the key.
So, do we need to modify note 45 and this line item number? Because Ardella, you and I were coming up with about 225, right?
Yep.
And so I concur with that. So I say we move this line item to 225. And then as far as note 45, I don't want to limit Prac or anyone else to a specific project. For example, on Mel's email, I see a BCNA loop, 97K plus parking, ARPA funding potential. I'm not sure where that statement came from. ARPA funds are done. The only potential we have here for ARPA funding is if Lossy Road Nature Trail could somehow get changed. But the agreement that we signed with Grand Traverse County does not allow a change to the project scope. So we would have to ask for leniency there.
So what you're saying is you want to move 970 to 225, but we're not gonna put a dollar amount on any one item that would be paid for out of there.
Well, yes, that is essentially what I'm asking the board to consider.
Okay, I just
And-
want to know because in the notations, it will say unallocated.
And that way, if for some reason,
They don't do the projects, you can give the money back.
if for some reason Lossy Road Trail, and I don't know why we call it mitigation. But that might allow some flexibility of funds to go to this BCNA loop for a design project.
Ron, can I speak to the ARPA funding?
Yeah,
The note I had on the potential ARPA funding is the local funding, the local ARPA funding that the board had approved for a recreation project that had not yet been allocated.
that's how you got to the Lossy Road Nature Trail.
In portions. In the ARPA funding for the Grand Traverse ARPA funding, we allocated, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but approximately 50% of the local ARPA funding towards the Lossy, And the other portion we had earmarked in hopes to be able to move the BCNA loop trail forward. Which
And
of course has not, been board approved, and obviously that'd be the next step once we have all our ducks in a row with regards to that engineering.
Again, I think we're trying to do too many projects and not really getting any of them completed. But for line 45, then I have it reading as 143 for Lossy Road Nature Trail, 67K for High Prairie Park unknown projects. But that's going to be just for unknown projects.
You say you got 64
67.
for high prey unknown. Okay, so it's different than the written I've got here. Because your 45 says 134K for LRNT and 20K for High Prairie Park unknown project.
Ardella,
Am I on the wrong line?
look at me,
Yeah.
look at me.
Look at me. I'm watching you. Yes,
We moved line item,
sorry. I'm not throwing pens at you down.
It's okay.
we moved line item 970 in recreation from 178 to 225.
Yeah, I had that.
Okay,
I'm
so
talking
the
about
the
written-
difference is $47,000. Oh, yeah, probably not. So that's why I'm saying that note will
Oh.
move from 20 to 67.
Thank you.
And where's the other 15?
Other 15 for what?
Well, 143 and 67 only adds up to 210.
That would be 15K for Lossy Road Nature Trail Bullards. So when we get to the bottom line, we're $87,000 short.
You are.
But those numbers were $87,000.
Where's that coming from?
Now, thinking about the transfers that haven't been made, right? Is that where you were going, Ardella?
Yep.
That's where I was going. That should then leave us with a positive about 50,000.
I agree with you.
Okay. I really think we should come up with a policy to make some of these moves at least before budget time. Maybe by year end.
Well, normally you revisit your budget every month, but
Well, and Don also had a recommendation. I don't know, I've been carrying it for a while. But I think it's attributed to you. You indicated a semi-annual budget review.
mhm.
And so maybe that's the time that we look at making those.
Changes for viable projects.
No, maybe that's the time that we look at moving those funds.
Oh, together, yeah, that would make sense.
I mean, the ones for the budget that we're currently in should be moved as quickly as possible, I would think.
Then,
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a suggestion for a full line item type of review.
Right.
Because what it basically was saying, okay, basically it's the project, the capital project management, where do we stand? It's a pulse check. You know, are we?
Well, you
as-
get your budget amendment for first and second quarter. And so you can see what is out of sync with your budget amendments. So,
I understand that, Gerald. I'm saying that my thought was is having a mid-year capital CapEx review is what.
okay,
as an agenda.
that's different.
So,
Yeah. And also, so just so everybody understands, I didn't write down the number, but you are adopting an operating deficit in here, which you assume will be covered with funds on hand once the budgeted transfers are made. So I just want to make everybody aware, you're still adopting an operating deficit. Anytime you have a negative amount at the bottom, that's an operating deficit. So it doesn't matter, this document doesn't have anything to do with what's the cash in the account. This document doesn't have anything to do with that. So it's a separate report.
And as you can see at the bottom of the recreation page, as of 12/31, according to Ardella's last report, there was $15,518 in that fund. So this report or this document does provide that information.
Well, yeah, but as it's old as.
Well, that's all I
There you
had.
go.
That's all I had.
Well, sure. I
And we
get it.
just got the new updated reports, so.
I get it. I'm just saying you're adopting an operating deficit,
It's not like we haven't done it before.
right?
Are we good with recreation?
I'm good.
I have just one question, and it has to do with the discussion we had about, needing to put education, training in parks. Are we going to do that? And if we're going to do that, can we put some money in there? So Andrew can maybe,
Go to Moore College.
do something. They have parks and recreation managers have membership agencies that they can belong to that provide educational, where it is just specific towards parks and recreation, and giving him that tool that I think he would probably take advantage of, where maybe other
he might
committees don't,
he might already be doing it and paying it for him by himself.
and which is wrong.
Yeah, exactly, so.
So just looking at
Yeah,
putting
it's
some money
50 and
into
other.
dues, membership dues, to be a part of these type of things like we are to MTA, and we go to the MTA educational programs. It's the same thing for parks. They have their own group, like there's a M Parks, it's Michigan Recreation and Park. I would say in the recreation or I'm sorry, not recreation, in dues and membership, put $700 in, because memberships go from 500 or 150 to 775. I don't know which membership you would actually need, because there's different layers of it. And I'm just looking at one organization. Andrew would need to look around and find out which one would best suit what we do here.
Yeah, so we'd have to, there is no dues and membership.
So you wanna put it in
Probably
educating
agree.
and training, you wanna
So-
bump that to 700?
No, I'm talking about membership fees. I don't know.
There's no membership.
Well, then it's not hard to add that line.
Okay,
In
but can you
parks.
put it in education and training?
Not for memberships and dues. I mean, you break it out, your membership and dues cost you this much, your educational would cost you this much. You know, and I'm saying up to $700 for the memberships. And then, I don't know, if we put 2,000 in there, I would think that would cover anything he might come up with. Who knows, maybe he doesn't use it like everybody else does, but being that he is. I want him to be able to have all the tools he needs to be successful. And you guys not have to be running the park right alongside him. And if we give him those tools, or anybody else coming along behind him,
So you're recommending that we put into park fund line number 840.
yes. In 970, which would be the educational.
880.
I thought 880, yeah.
And you want 700 in membership and dues. And in 880, education and training, you wanted to put 2,000?
Yes,
From 250.
No, they're putting it into 208, Heidi. And not putting it into the park fund. There currently is no 840 or 880 in the 208
There's
park
880
fund.
in the park.
No. In the park fund, Heidi. In the 208
Oh,
park
okay,
fund, we
okay.
want to add a line item for 840 and 880.
Okay. Go backwards.
is everybody okay with doing that?
Damn, I think it's,
I am, because
you can never go wrong with that.
you can't, I mean, training is training. You always learn something.
I'm good with it. 702,000, you said?
So does that move us to ambulance fund then?
I think it does.
The new number, according to Board of Review, I think I sent this out to everybody. For taxable value in the township is 299,550,053. So looking at this particular portion of the budget, our new revenue from the property taxes will be 429,734. I question the $8,000 of interest that was attributed to this particular account.
Well, this account has a big balance in it. Probably don't need to levy the entire amount for the ambulance fund.
So it looks like according to the end of February, there's $695,000 in that account.
Yep.
Interest earned through the end of February is $10,523.
Okay.
So change this 5 to 10.
You know, thinking about what Cheryl said, I think we should have just a quick conversation there. So we have a special voted extra millage for the ambulance. And I just loosely remember we're about 1.43 mils on our last 4029 form to Grand Traverse County. That form, I think, dictates just that form dictates the maximum amount we can charge. But it does not stipulate the minimum.
Well, before we start thinking about reducing it, someday we are going to need a new fire station. And that's going to include housing the ambulance. Whether someday they go back to doing their own ambulance service, or we have to continue paying, and the fact that the rate is only gonna go up and not down. Maybe what we should be looking at is moving that money, excess money, into a future fund, like what we have capital improvement for fire. Maybe we do a capital improvement for ambulance, and that money can be earmarked towards a new building, because ambulance is gonna have to pay for a portion of the new building. Am I thinking correctly there?
We could easily move it into ambulance replacement fund
Ooh, that'd work.
as a holder.
I'd rather do that.
Oh,
in
that would
case some-
contemplate replacing an ambulance, and I don't think that's gonna be
You
happening.
still, okay, so what happens if, when the contract's up, they say, we don't want you in our ambulance group anymore? You're too expensive for us. We don't make any money.
Well, then you either drop the service or you start your own service. Or you find someone else.
Or you have to pay the higher price. I mean, they're not gonna drop us, but they may want us to pay a higher price. In which case, if it's sitting in a capital improvement fund, it could be used for replacing an ambulance. It could be used for buildings. It could be used for operational if we had to.
But didn't you raise it as ambulance money?
And we have no idea what's going to happen with the rate going up. I would hate to see cutting our millage to the people and then find out we need the money and now we're gonna have to raise it up again. They're comfortable with where it's at. You understand what I'm saying? The public
I don't think
perception.
people are comfortable with their taxes at all.
No, they're not.
Sure, but if you compare other millage rates of other townships,
They don't
what
take-
they are paying more than we are.
No. They're paying more here. Than other townships are paying for ambulance. If you watch when the millages come up, for renewal, and, I mean, they're supported by the public, but, we pay more here than most townships do, just for ambulance.
Well, then I guess I'm wrong. Cut it. See where we're at.
Yeah.
When our rates go up and we don't have enough funds to do it. And then we gotta go back to the public and ask them for more money, and they're gonna be like, what?
I don't know where Cheryl gets her information from.
I watched the millage rates of other townships,
Well,
and
you would have to
we
watch more
actually-
than the
the
millage rate.
county
You'd have to
clerks,
look at the
excuse me,
budgets.
Heidi, I was talking. If you can contact the county clerk's office and get the millage index for every township in Grand Traverse County, and it will tell you exactly what the various townships are paying for various types of millages.
So I'm gonna print off our last 4029 form that Cheryl and I submit to the county. Just so you can.
Is that the one
see.
that goes in May usually?
No, September, sir.
September, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, that form simply shows that the ambulance millage as is required by law, is reduced by Headley every year.
Right.
So just like the Whitewater Township allocated millage is reduced by Headley every year, so is the ambulance millage. Headley does not apply to special assessment districts, so the ambulance millage is not affected by that. I'm sorry, the fire special assessment district is not affected by that.
Let's see why I like it so much.
Oh, it's like, yeah,
Thank you.
in the interest. It's a good brand. Thank you.
My son gave it to me. One of the plumbers.
Yeah.
Came in and gave these out, so.
It goes down a minute amount every year.
So if I could, draw your attention to column 9.
Okay.
Those are the maximum allowable levies that we can ask the voter for. Once Headley and all of the equalization factors and all of the,
Mathematical gymnastics are done.
you know, I was gonna say 3-card Monty, but okay, the shell game, got it. Once all those are done, that's the number. And so in column 11, we can actually ask for something less each individual year. Because arguably, if we take a look at the February 29th report from Ardella, let's call it 695. We make 2 payments to MMR. And I believe we've already made our November payment. So we're good until what, September?
No, we pay it twice a year.
Yeah.
There will
November.
be another payment due in May.
So okay, so May and November. Yeah, that's,
We pay half the subsidy.
Yeah.
Twice a year.
And how much is that, Cheryl? Do you remember off the top of your head?
I forget, it's like 345.5 or something like that now.
it's half of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
She asked me what it was. I gave her the number for the entire year. It used to be, it was 295. This is the first time we've ever had an increase.
Now it's.
It was 295 a year. For, I don't know, 6-7 years,
And now it's 345.5.
something like that,
Approximately.
yeah.
And it's not the first time we've had an increase.
No,
We
it's
had an
not.
increase when we got rid of the ambulance full-time in our township.
Yep.
So it's an increase because we only have the ambulance here half the time. But the amount that we pay. When we only first had the ambulance here half time, we still paid $295.
And last year you paid. Looks like 311. Well,
How much did you say is in the fund, Della?
Let's say 695.
So the
316.
agreement that we signed in November of 2023 contemplates Whitewater Township paying $353,400.
For 2024?
Yep.
353.
Yep, $353,400.
They'll say we should have charged them some rent,
So
whatever.
if we rounded it to 360, half of 360 is 80,
15, 150.
what I'm kind of thinking. So call it 180 is each payment.
I'm still sticking with, I think we should move some of this money into a capital improvement fund for ambulance.
In case we have to buy one.
Or in case we have to contribute to building.
Well, don't forget, we're getting another 50-some thousand dollars because the ambulance is being sold, which will go into this fund. Or
Or-
48 or whatever it was, I don't remember now.
Or it goes into ambulance replacement fund. So thinking along
Where
your
do you want it
lines,
to go? Because Della's gonna have to post it when the payment is received.
thinking along your lines, Ardella. And specifically the language that installed our ambulance millage. I think those extra voted funds could be used for a building. I don't remember the exact language of the millage. I don't think it just pertained to the ambulance service. I think it also was the housing of it,
I think
right?
it was operational, which could include housing.
Yeah, yeah. So I think you're onto something there.
Because I say planning for the future
Yes,
is never a bad thing. And we don't know what's gonna happen 5, 10 years from now, what we're gonna be facing as far as the ambulance is concerned. As far as building needs are concerned.
please don't take this the wrong way. Why didn't we have the same attitude at fire? Because we just recently, went through a resolution that we're gonna roll back. I don't know, the extra $500,000.
Once our equipment needs are fulfilled, well, we came up with I think the thinking there was is we had immediate need, so we needed to increase. Looking down the road, if we know we're going to be putting a building up, then maybe we should be looking at leaving it at the 1.5. We need to fund that facility. What we did was a Band-Aid.
And that's gonna be for another board.
Sure, Cheryl, but
Yeah.
if
But you
we
still have
set
to
the,
save for it.
if we
Well,
set
no,
the,
I'm not saying you don't save for it. I'm just saying
if
that
we put
that's
the
gonna be the
roadmap,
decision of another board.
if we put the roadmap there for them, it'll make it easier for them to follow and carry through. Because look how long it's took us to realize we need to plan for this. How long have we been here?
I guess I've known we need to plan for it. We need to plan for a township hall too.
I'm recommending, take it, don't take it. I'm recommending that we move some of these funds into a newly created fund called Ambulance Capital Improvement Fund.
And I say, let's not create the fund. Let's just move it over to ambulance replacement fund.
But doesn't that name pigeonhole you? I mean, it's to replace a physical vehicle, not help create a new building.
Fair enough. And I won't argue the fund. But what I will say is that an ambulance is gonna be, in the neighborhood of 450,000. So until we reach that pinnacle or thereabouts in that account, then we can deal with it later. To Cheryl's point, maybe a different board. I mean, it's up to you. If you want to create another fund, it just seems like it's an awful lot of tracking when we don't have one we currently use.
And I think the discussion really got started on whether we should decrease the ambulance levy
Right.
a little bit to give our taxpayers some relief.
That's for a different board.
Okay.
That's what?
That's for a different board.
No, you're gonna vote on that next Tuesday.
Well, we could vote on an ambulance capital improvement fund next Tuesday
We're
too.
not gonna vote on that next Tuesday.
I'm
Sure
just
you are.
saying, if it can be the other way, it can be this way too.
Our levies do not go in until September. That's when we vote on.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
It's
saying.
it's in the General Appropriations Act. Is where it's at. It's right in the General Appropriations Act. And you can amend your millages, you can amend that 4029 form.
So back to interest earned, where do you want to go with it?
10,000.
I'm sorry?
10,000.
All right.
You said 10.5, so we're only going to 10, okay.
I don't remember saying 10,500.
Somebody did, 'cause I wrote it down.
So that brings that total then to 446,934. Looks like we've spent 324,000 on this, on line item 806 already this year, so it looks like maybe a budget amendment's gonna be needed there.
Well, we changed the amount. Mid-year, we signed a new contract.
So yes,
We've spent
So
324.
the answer is yes.
Yeah, we're gonna need a budget. Well, no, we don't need a budget amendment on the ambulance fund because. All of that is in Department 651 and Department 651 is not over budget. We don't adopt the budget by line item.
Anybody see any other issues on any other line item that they wanted to address?
Just
Facility
the-
maintenance doubled.
Electricity again.
Building maintenance looks like it stayed the same.
I see that, but you've only used 3,100.
so we got a leak right now on that roof over there. That's gonna be a facility maintenance.
For the ambulance fund?
Well, they have to share.
The ambulance fund has to share, so you have a leak in the firehouse too?
Facility repairs and maintenance in the ambulance fund as of the end of February is $4,893. That's probably due to the water heater had to be replaced over there. Half of it paid by fire,
Yeah,
half
it
by
hasn't-
ambulance.
That's okay. That's got nothing to do with your ceiling, but okay.
I'm talking future.
Circling back to an earlier conversation, Ardella, to transfer money out of ambulance fund. I don't see a transfer out in my Excel. Is there an actual transfer out in the budget? In your budget document, Cheryl, is there a transfer out for the ambulance fund?
Transfer from other funds and
You're saying, did we adopt one?
No. I'm asking if there's a
Yeah.
line item for it. There must have been at one time. Because we would take stuff out of here, take money out of here. And put it into ambulance replacement, wouldn't we?
That'd be transferred to other funds. I don't see any such line item.
Okay.
so we
And I
would,
think I made a note of that last year that you had that line item in there, but it doesn't exist.
so we need to add one.
Well,
Money was taken out of the general fund by past boards to put into the ambulance replacement fund. It wasn't taken out of the ambulance fund.
Well, that would explain why it's not here.
That's right.
So we need to add that fund
So that's the 999
or that
fund.
number.
999 transfers to other funds.
You putting in there.
good, Ardella?
Yeah, I'm just making my notes what
Okay.
we're doing.
Yeah, and so Cheryl's question is still pending. What do we want to put in 899? And so if you want to make another fund, what would that fund be named?
Ambulance replace, or the ambulance capital improvement fund. You know, and I'm thinking about why did the previous board come up with the ambulance replacement fund versus an ambulance capital improvement fund? I really don't think they were looking that far down the road. You know, if they had, they would have did the same thing they did with the fire capital improvement fund.
Yeah.
You know,
Makes
because
sense.
they don't have a
Fire
fire
engine
truck.
replacement fund.
Right.
Mhm.
So that's why, to me, it's a natural progression to move it to a capital improvement fund versus putting it into the ambulance replacement fund. That's my train of thought thinking on it. So, I mean, if we were gonna follow my recommendations, that's what it would be. But one person.
So from an accounting aspect, Don, I mean, really, we're not looking at any depreciation schedule here of an ambulance.
Nope.
Quite honestly, I would take that money and throw it into a higher rate CD too. Because we wouldn't be planning on touching it for a long time, and I could get much better interest rate on it. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, we're listening.
It's a good thought.
Yeah, we're listening.
The immediate need is not within the next 12 months.
Correct.
As long
I-
as you
I
are in
see-
the black. As long as we're in the black at the end.
There's probably no way to change the name of the ambulance fund, ambulance replacement fund. We would just set up another fund,
I would think so.
ambulance capital improvement. Is that what you would like to do?
That's
We
what I
might be able to change the name of that fund. We might be able to.
when's the last time we used it? I mean, is it all zeroed out now?
A long time ago.
Well, 2015.
Yeah, but it's to your point, the roadmap going forward.
That
if
was
you-
9
if you
years
look
ago.
to your statements looking forward, if you go back and try to reuse that or change it, does that create some question as to somebody trying to figure out what the intent was that this board did back
Mhm.
whenever?
Or if they were to
Versus-
look back and say, what happened to this ambulance
Right, so-
replacement fund?
Yeah, keep creating the capital improvement fund, gives it a broader scope, and the genesis of it says that the intent was something different than an ambulance replacement.
That's my thinking.
And I think we should also include some type of verbiage about why it was created to be more like fire, so it can be used for vehicular type equipment and or structures, right?
Right, so I think if we were to put that in our notes that we have on our adopted budget,
Mhm.
that would leave a trail for others.
So, this is called ambulance
Capital improvement.
capital improvement. Okay, so taking a real life look at, let's call it 695 in there right now. And we're gonna add another 4. $46. That's 1,000,001 minus 355 for a full year.
Well, plus the other expenses.
So we could potentially move $786,000 to that fund.
I think that's a little ambitious. You've got. You have the other expenses here. In the ambulance fund. So you've got. Well, did we change any of these numbers? Yeah, well, that's a revenue. So we didn't change any of the expenditure numbers. But you've got 374 as expenditures. It's not just I think that's way too much money to move. Maybe 500,000.
I was thinking that also, Ron, and then after this first year, whatever board is sitting in these chairs can,
Fine tune it.
yeah,
Yeah, I was merely saying that 786 would be a maximum number. And as Cheryl's pointed out, there's other, other expenses that will come up. So I think we could easily do 6.
Six feels okay to me. 5 feels okay too. It just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Doesn't-
between
doesn't
five and
really-
six.
it's the
I'm
first-
between
I mean,
5 and
it's-
6, it's kind of hard because you
I
don't know
mean,
how this is.
what's
gonna
the
be
number?
developed.
Consensus is 5. I'm fine with 5. What do you feel comfortable with?
fine.
Okay,
Good.
I'm on board with that.
Yep.
Continue on.
Okay, so the
Okay,
ambulance
and that's
replacement
going to
fund was
be under the
211.
new account 999 transfers to other funds, $500,000, and it's going to the new fund.
And the new fund is gonna be numbered what?
I won't know yet till I get in there and see what numbers are available.
Alright, cause 210's used, 211 was the replacement fund. So,
Right. But 285 was the last fund we created, and that was the federal fund.
sure.
Are we good there?
believe so.
Yep.
What do we do with federal fund? Is anything needed there?
Okay. Hang on, I'm sorry.
Apparently that's a yes.
It's not a yes. Now that I know I'm gonna be moving 500,000 of the funds that are sitting there, we're gonna need to reduce the interest projected for ambulance fund. Cause I won't have all that.
No, you
interest.
won't.
I mean, the interest on the, accumulating in the new fund, for this one, I wanna put it back down to 5,000.
Okay,
So 665 is at 5,000 instead of 10.
yes, ma'am.
Are you all right, Therese?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. I just want to make sure you didn't fall down.
Can you get up?
That's why I asked her, to make sure she didn't fall out of a chair and something fell on top of her.
Okay, so contingency is still at 5,000?
Yeah, everything else remains the same. Federal fund?
Well, 60,574 has been spent out of 970.
Say that again.
60,574 has been spent out of 970.
Yep, that's appears to be what's on this document.
That's the only thing.
But previously there was an amount. This 60,574 went to Cherry Capital. And I think the previous year's budget, 60,000 went to the other internet company.
Wasn't that net one or something?
I'm sorry,
Wasn't that like net one or something? What the heck was it?
186 net. So Ardella says as of February 29th, there's about 7,442 left in that account. And if we take a look at 47, note 47. We haven't transferred the money to the fire truck yet, have we?
I don't think so.
Let's get that done.
Coming up next week.
And how much is that for?
According to my notes, it was 93,073.38. And then to rec should have been 81,254.54. And I say whatever interest gets accrued you know, from those numbers, we just put it into the general fund. Or we could assign it to fire, or we could assign it to fiber, or we could assign it to park and rec.
Let's assign it to fire.
Okay,
Mm. That's my opinion.
I'm totally fine with that.
Good by me.
Continue on.
We will change that to fire fund then. Is that what you meant by fire, or did you mean fire cap?
Fire.
Okay. Then that should leave us with a zero balance. Is that the intent of this discussion?
I believe so.
Cheryl, are you under that impression?
Yeah, I don't know why there would be anything left in there.
Heidi, are you good with that?
Yep.
Don?
I am.
Okay. So is public improvement the next fund?
Has C2AE gotten back with you on a cost to upgrade our HVAC?
No, matter of fact, I wanted to get a call off to them this morning to see where we were at on that. Because we were also doing an estimate to get prints, electrical prints for the park, right? So. It looks like this particular link is not working correctly, so I apologize. So in public improvement for the current budget, we had sent $15,000 aside for a boundary survey, High Prairie Park walking trail.
In what line item?
804? Professional services?
Yep.
In 804, in the current budget. 50,000 was set aside for township hall building expansion. And then in transfers to other funds. 25,000 was gonna go to the recreation fund.
And I picked it up as 15 to recreation for the boundaries and 50 for the township hall. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what we adopted, though. We only adopted 50,000 in 804 professional services. So, and the note from the adopted budget is that what all went to township hall building expansion. Now, maybe this transfer to other funds, 25,000. To the rec fund was for the. Walking trail, did you say?
Yeah.
the
Boundary
boundary
survey, and
survey.
walking trail.
Yeah, maybe. Just going by the adopted budget.
So either way we go. Hello,
Hi,
John. Professional services. What do you want to do there? Leave it at 50?
Because the 15 was for the walking trail, correct? And we've already handled that through the
Boundary
25 from
survey.
last. Yeah, boundary services for the walking trail, but we've already handled that in the rec fund. Did we? I mean, that 25,000 is gonna be transferred in.
We did not. We did not cover a survey for the walking trail.
What was the 25,000?
Well, we did have capital expenditure in the rec fund of 180,000. Was 130,000 for the Lossy Road Nature Trail. And 20,000 for High Prairie Park projects. And 30,000 for unspecified projects.
It should be 143 for Lossy Road Trail.
No, in
We're
the
talking about
current
this.
budget, it's 130.
Oh, I see.
I'm telling you what the 970 was allocated to in the current fiscal year. So the boundary thing could have been taken out of that. But I guess I don't know. I don't think we put that under 209 when we reviewed that.
$50 or $65?
50.
And that's for,
Just the township hall? Is that what you're thinking, Ardella?
Yep. Cause I think we already accounted for it. In the 25,000 from the previous year that's going to be transferred in. For projects that were not completed yet. In rec. So the money's already been. Allocated for it. It just has not been spent from previous year. So I don't think we need to account for it again. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep. That take us to fire cap?
we already did fire cap.
Where you did fire cap.
Chief,
We have road and road repair replacement left.
So can we just run through fire cap real quick? Is everybody there?
yep, yes,
So I have 0, 500, 0, and a blank. For 671 other revenues.
I mean, I show zeros in there, so.
Yep.
Is that what everybody else shows? Because I had,
Well, okay, but. Yeah, 0 for other revenues, right? It's 699 where you get the money from the increase in the fire special assessment district.
But what about? His, when he does inspections, he gets paid for that. Where's that money going?
Those go into the fire fund.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I'm sorry.
and then wages are 0. Social Security, Medicare, operating expense, professional services, mileage reimbursement are all zeros. Capital expense is 202.
That's what I have.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's note number 30.
And actually, backing up to that transfers from other funds, now that we have the after board of review number, that number's probably gonna change. Cause that's a third of the property tax revenue into the fire fund, which we didn't have that number when we did the fire fund.
Say that again, Cheryl?
You have up at the top of this page, the estimated taxable value, but now we have the real taxable value.
But nothing comes into this account from the taxable value.
Yeah. A third of it, are levying 1.5, and the 0.5 comes into this fund to pay for the fire.
Yeah, that's what your notes say.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 145, 753 in there, but you based that number apparently off of the estimated taxable value, and what I'm saying is that we now have the taxable value, and we should adjust that number to match, just as we have to go back and adjust the fire fund number.
In the general.
Yeah,
So if you look at your note 31, it explains it.
Yep. Yeah, so, yeah, the 145.73 will change with the.
right, and we can just calculate that right now because we have the after board of review number.
So does that? That does not come, does that come into 699?
Yeah,
Yes, it comes in there because it's transferred from the fire fund, because all the property tax revenue comes into the fire fund. But we're taking a third of it, 0.5, and we're moving it to the fire capital improvement fund per the resolution, to pay for we're doing that for 3 years in a row.
So that new number should be 149,775.
hang on. What's that new number again?
149,775.
Thank you. It's a good thing we did go back over it, huh? Or did you want to do generals change too?
I'm still making this change. What was your question, Ardella?
Should we, while we're here today, go back and change the revenue, tax revenue in the general also
And fire.
and fire?
Sure. Did we have capital improvement to do yet? Or public improvement? Or do you want to go back and make the changes first?
We already did public improvement.
Did public improvement, did
Didn't
50
we?
grand.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so let's go back to general and
All right, we'll go back to
Those
general
changes.
fund.
in your budget worksheet. I don't want to touch it. But for the estimated 2024 taxable value number you have in here. Is that changeable? Can I put the real number in now? It's not changed. I don't want to touch it and try it and then I have zero number there.
If it's locked, no,
I already
No,
tried.
it
to
should
change
be,
it, can't.
that should be a protected cell.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have the new calculation for 402.
402.
In general,
Yep. As 171,342.
171,342.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the next place we gotta go to is fire fund. Is that the idea?
Yep.
We have to change 2 line items here, right?
Start with 402.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I'm good.
So that'd be 437,259.
well, that's the old.
We
one.
must have
Excuse
already,
me. No, yeah, you're right, Cheryl. 449,325.
okay.
And then we should look at transfers out, right?
Yeah. Okay. We need to change that to what we did for fire capital improvement, right?
I'm thinking that's right.
What number?
149,775.
Yeah, just.
49,775. Okay. Uh,
So graded wage scale,
What about road and road repair replacement? We haven't done those funds yet.
back up. What do you want to attack first, road or road repair?
We'll start with road.
$10,500 good for Metro Act fees.
Yep.
Interest earned, want to bump that up a little bit?
Let's make it one. Man, must have been something unusual that happened there. Oh, well, you know what the unusual thing is the interest rates for savings accounts are starting to come back up. That's what's unusual. Yeah, let's make it 120.
You have 170 so far this year.
I understand.
So we're leaving 10,500 and then what for interest?
120.
So according to your February 29th report, Ardell of the road fund has a negative $5,200 in it.
Yep.
But if the 35,000 had been transferred,
We would have been fine.
we would have about a $30,000 balance in there, right?
Yep.
And just out of curiosity, I'm gonna say that the two brines were $35,000. Round numbers, and an additional brine would have been about $35,000.
Yeah,
So we should potentially have 70 in the fund.
yeah,
So you're gonna change 846 to 70? 70,000?
I think we're currently on 699, Cheryl.
Well, you're saying you're gonna budget for 3 brines.
That's the discussion I'm recalling.
to make sure we have enough funds in it.
Did we send that in yet? I don't believe you've signed that. You haven't given it to me yet. The road, the Brown County Road brining agreement.
You know what? Maybe I didn't.
You have not given that to me. I haven't seen it.
That's almost, that's
That
due
needs to be
like,
done.
that's
Yeah.
due like in 10 days, I think.
I think it was due the 17th,
Yeah,
Might I ask a question here?
but we're only asking for 2 brines on there, I believe. So,
So for the money to transfer in from other funds, traditionally we transfer it in from the general. Right? Could instead we transfer it in from the 204 road repair and replacement fund instead?
good.
Since we currently don't have any projects on the books?
You could.
It's,
Cheryl?
that's fine.
I don't see a problem with that.
I mean, this is money that was set aside for our roads,
It
so.
it is, yep, totally.
Still roads.
And I don't know of a new plan that's coming out. Every other township is just moving towards special assessment district.
They're tired of fighting with the county or waiting for them
Yeah,
to do something that would
Yeah.
be productive for the taxpayers.
so, you know, really, that's, I know we've had a budget for an agenda item. How are we gonna pay for road? It's gonna be special assessment district. So you want your road fixed, you're gonna pay. That's pretty much it.
You
So-
don't really have any, the township can't afford to pay for it. We don't get any road funds,
Right?
so we can't pay for it.
So let's go back to value, Bajella.
Okay.
Am I remembering that we looked at 2 and then possible a third one?
We looked at 2, that's what we agreed upon. What we were looking at is possibly working with them to have our brine start later.
Yeah, and the contingency we talked about was if they didn't accommodate that, then.
We better go to
There
3.
was a concern that we would be budgeting for a third one, whether we need it or not.
Well-
Because the county, depending on how early they do it, you know, the second one's gonna be early too. So,
Being that we're talking about transferring it out of the road replacement fund. Repair and replacement fund 204. Adding that extra brine when we have to pay for all ourselves, it's not gonna hurt anything. We're not putting a tax on taxing the general budget by doing that. So I don't see a problem with doing that.
Okay, so that,
Budget for 3.
so that number then stays around 35,000. If we currently have 30 in there and we need 70.
Yeah.
Maybe it should go to 40,
Let's go to 40.
and we're gonna pull that from,
From 204 road repair and replacement.
and you're still going to do the general fund budget that's contemplated in our current budget, right?
You mean the 35,000 that from general
Yep.
we would need to reduce that, would we not?
No, we gotta keep that,
Oh, because that portion's coming from,
right?
So 699 would be 75,000.
That's what I'm recalling, yeah.
So
699 is gonna be,
75, 35 from general and 40 from 204 road.
no, we're gonna do the 35 yet in this fiscal year. So we
Right.
don't need 75 in there.
But we're planning for next year.
I know, but the 35 in this fiscal year gets you 30,000 in the fund and you're saying you want 70. So you only need an additional 40, which you're planning to get from the 204 fund.
Okay, so in the general fund. For transfer out to other funds, we said we're gonna take 35K. For road fund,
In which budget?
the one we're currently planning. Not 2024, 2025. This is what we said. Is that not still the plan? Because if we are, then that number has to be 70 because we're accounting for this 35 that for 2024, 2025, we said we're going to put in for branding and lights and whatnot. And the 40 coming out of road repair and replacement for the additional possible third.
But you have your fund balance that you're pulling that from.
I understand that, but that's not what we have budgeted here. If it's different, if we've decided to make that different, then out of the general fund, we need to remove the 35K. Am I correct?
I don't
Well-
think so.
Mm-mm.
No, because this 40 is coming from, well, maybe we do. Because if we don't need it to come from general, because it's coming from the 204 fund. Then we don't need it to come from general.
All right, let's start fresh. Let's start fresh. How much is currently in the road fund?
Negative $5,255.77.
Okay. And in our current budget, how much money were we supposed to transfer into road fund?
35,000.
So does that leave us a fund balance in road for about $30,000?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay. And thinking of the upcoming year in our new budget, we wanted to have around $70,000 for brining. So the 30 in fund balance and 40 from a new fund this year equals 70.
Okay, what about all the lights and stuff that come out of that account? And is 30 gonna cover one brine?
So I just printed that agreement.
Two brines, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just printed that agreement. Because I wanna get that signed and in today.
So you want me to
So-
go get it?
I have to use the restroom anyway, and we're at 12 o'clock, so.
It's lunchtime.
Each brine is $18,000. 17,900 and some change. So that's where we come up with 36 and 36 is actually 72.
But you're budgeting 2,500 for streetlights.
Yeah, and so, gotcha, I'm right there with you. So 40 is not enough.
That's why we're at 75. To take the total to 75. 'cause
That's way too much.
But Cheryl's saying that we don't need this 35 out of general to recreation for 2024, 2025.
Not
Did I
recreation.
misunderstand? Not recreation, I'm
said-
sorry.
What I said is with your new suggestion that an infusion of cash into the road fund come from the road repair replacement fund, we would not need to budget money to come out of the general fund. If we have done that, and I don't remember, we would not need to do that.
There's possibility there would be a shortfall. And we would leave the account.
I honestly think Cheryl's looking at the future budget and you're looking at the past budget. I think what Cheryl is saying, if we take these funds out of road repair replacement, then there's no need to take them out of general fund in our future budget.
That's what I'm saying.
So, and I think you're saying we still need to transfer the 35 of the current budget from the current general fund that we agreed to a year ago into road.
I'm saying that 40 is not going to be enough to cover it all if we're not transferring anything out of general this year. That's
Gotcha.
what I'm saying.
Yep, and I'm right there with you. So,
We're
So
gonna need
what's the
some,
number?
or we transfer more out of the replacement.
What's the number?
50.
That would probably cover it, because I'm concerned about having, I mean, if we're, and I don't have a problem not taking the 35 out of general, okay? This year, I don't have a problem with that.
No, we
I
have
just
to
want to
do
make
that.
sure.
We have to do that.
That's gotta be a 2023,
We have to
2024,
take the 30,
right?
but that's a this year fiscal thing. We did budget in the new budget to take 35,000 out of. To transfer 35,000 to road, and we don't need to do that because now we're getting the money from a different fund.
But at the time, we were looking at transferring the 35 out. We were not looking at doing a third brine. Correct?
And we didn't do a third brine this year.
We're budgeting just in case we need it.
For
Am I
next
wrong?
year, For
That's
next,
what we're talking
and the
about.
money's in there. If you do 40 or 50,000 out of the 204 fund into the 203 fund, you will have enough money for 3 brines and the streetlights.
Yeah, cause 3 brines is $54,000.
Because there's gonna be 30 grand left in fund balance as of March 31st.
Yeah, whatever.
So I am. And Cheryl is right. I did propose we take the 35,000 out of general fund in our new budget, but we will change that number. I don't know.
The transfer to other funds needs to be what number?
In road fund,
No, in general, because we're
Okay,
gonna
yep.
reduce the 35.
485 is what I have it.
In the general fund,
Yes,
as of our discussion on 3/7. And as shown in the document, it's the 535,000. And that is broken down into 35,000 to road. $400,000 loan to park and $100,000 to rec. That's what we talked about on 3-7 when we did the general fund.
Okay, catch me up here. Wasn't it Cheryl's idea to not take the 35,000 from general fund and take it all from road?
No, that was
Road
Bella's
repair.
idea. To take it from the road repair
So,
replacement fund.
but the 999 in general. What we're trying to
Agreed.
accomplish here is to take 35,000 out of that. So if,
So you simply cross out the $35,000 to road and you have 500,000 left.
there's a difference somewhere and it has to do with that loan thing. We came up with a different number and that's why your number is lower than her number.
No, so I
You did
originally,
not change that $535,000 number.
yeah, I originally had 85,000 to park, not the 100. I'm sorry, to
Correct.
recreation. So that was still in my math, but Cheryl is right. It was 100,000. That's what we agreed on. So that number then should be straight up $500,000.
And we've already taken care of it in the road fund. It's not coming in. It's going to be 40,000, right?
50.
50.
50. And so 50.
Did we decide what we're going to do for 846?
We were gonna budget for 3.
Yep, and Heidi, you came up with a number. What was it?
54. Let me just check my math.
It doesn't sound
Well,
right.
you
No,
said it's
30.
18,000 per brine.
Yeah.
It's
When the
54,000.
township's paying for it, so that's 36,000. So that means you have to add 36,000 to that because the township pays 100% of the third brine. So it would be 72,000.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's the number I got.
And so I put in 75 on that line item.
Sorry, I didn't know you paid more for last one. That's why I did 3.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, you're gonna pay
they only split the
100%.
first two.
Was that good with road fund?
Well, you got contingency. 42,500. Is it now recommended at 0?
On road fund?
Oh, crap. Yeah,
No,
on road
that number
fund,
shouldn't be in there.
on road fund.
No, there's nothing in contingency. It's a 0. It's just that
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
number
looking at the
got
wrong
carried
line.
down there.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I see.
So what's the new number for?
77,500.
Beat that dog.
So I do need to use the restroom. We are past our 12 o'clock hour. We do have one more fund plus some wages to discuss. We take a short break, or what is the board thinking?
short break.
Short break and let's finish it up.
Meet back at 12:30 or what?
12:30 works for me.
Verdella, don't run over your.
Okay.
No, you will when you move your chair.
Piece your banana bread, Heidi.
Go ahead. I have a sandwich too. What happened to I got PGOs. Cause my husband ate my dinner last night for lunch. So when I got home and opened the refrigerator, I was like, dude, there's no dinner. He goes, what do you mean? I thought that was lunch. I go, so you ate 6 tacos for lunch? Awesome. So I said, get in the car, you're going to PGO's.
Hey.
So you gave up on the contacts this morning?
What's that?
You gave up on the contacts this morning?
No, it's another one.
No. You had your last done, so I.
Yeah, my world is, right now.
Not listening to one side?
Hi, John, this is Cheryl in Soldier. How are you? Oh, not too bad. As you saw, we were in a meeting, so I had not gotten your phone message of earlier this morning. We're not done with our budget, so I don't know how much longer our meeting's going to take today. If you still need the notary, I can do it tomorrow, though. Yeah. Oh, not good. Not bad. Yeah, no, that would be the quicker way to get it done, so, that's great, yeah, that's great. Um, Okay, yeah. Okay, good, you too, bye-bye.
I'm gonna start bringing hot packets when I come here and put them in my shoes. Dad, if you want another piece, take one. Dad, you want another piece, take one. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Parents call that PGO the Larry. Something Larry. I don't get it because it's like getting two meals for one.
Been 5 years since I've been to PGOs.
Oh, my husband buys those up north live cards.
Mhm.
So last night I got a Larry. My bill was $1.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, cause he spent. It was $12.50 for 25 bucks. So he bought a card for 100 for like 40 some bucks. So we each ate dinner plus I got lunch for 12 bucks. I can't make dinner for 12 bucks. I think it's called Crazy Larry. Oh, look. Uh-oh. Man tries to kidnap woman in Antrim County. Out of a hotel. Tried to take a 3-year-old. Called a sloppy Larry. Well, the sloppy Larry. And then they also have a Rachel. So. There it is.
Here,
Yep.
Rachel's made with turkey. And Larry is made with ham, hard salami, and smoked provolone, and fresh onion and lettuce. And the Rachel's got coleslaw, and I tried the Rachel a couple weeks ago. It was good. It has coleslaw on it too. So as long as you like their coleslaw, it's like a southern sandwich. But they're so big, you get 2 meals out of it. Actually, I'll get 2 meals and a snack.
Plus Jeff gets to it.
He won't eat that. He won't eat leftovers. He's got 2 wings left, and I guarantee you they're still in the fridge when I get home. I give all my leftovers to a girlfriend of mine who doesn't eat. She hates to cook, so I give her all my leftovers. And then in return, she'll do a favor for me.
Fife Lake project went down.
I'm sorry.
That Fife Lake RV park went down in flames.
Well, yeah, it went down last night, big time ago.
Boy, I guess I didn't hear about that one.
It was on 11 o'clock news.
It's a 25-acre parcel that the developer bought like 130 spots, cabins and slabs. Brought it forward. There was so much resistance and then he pulled it. The developer pulled it. And then about a month later, they went back, said, we won't bring it to a vote. And brought it back in front. And the first turnout, the film that I saw was just wall to wall of people in there. Now Fife Lake's building is not much bigger than that,
Mm-mm.
but
They were outside
I don't
too.
know, I don't know how many were there last night, but I'm sure it was,
Last night it was standing room only again.
yeah, so.
And their main concern is how many it was, right?
Depends. I mean, there were lots of arguments being thrown about. You know, it was right off of 131. I mean, just.
My clock is 12:30.
It is.
Go for it.
So we will pick up with road repair fund.
Yeah, yeah,
Start, I guess.
road replacement.
Yep, road replacement.
Yeah. I guess.
Long time no see.
All right. And we missed the interest mark.
Yeah, yeah. And so being that we're gonna take 35,000 out of this,
50.
50.
50. Yeah. And maybe we ought to reduce the 7,000 number to 6,500.
50. I think that's probably too much. Cause you're losing interest on $50,000,
Mhm.
which is gonna be, I don't know,
Well, figuring there's
An
four
eighth
in
of the
there,
amount.
an eighth
Yeah.
of the amount,
yeah.
an eighth of 8,000 was 1,000.
Okay, that math works for me.
I mean,
Yeah.
we
You
don't
said
know, right?
65?
Yeah, 65. Yeah, my math, yeah, that math works for me.
Was it gonna be 65?
Yeah.
Yes.
So note 23.
Another change by the county.
Yeah.
Well, so in February, they had a meeting and I thought they were going to unveil a new program, but they did not.
It's still the same.
Yeah, it's still the same. So, best we can do is assign dollars to crack ceiling. If that's what we want to do.
204 fund, interest went to $6,500 down. Thank you.
But now with our contemplated other $50,000 withdrawal.
You said 204 went to what?
No,
Interest line item went to 6,500.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're still all right to just spend, set aside 400,000 for any work the county might be able to do for us.
My zeros.
What's the balance in that fund right now, Della? 204?
I don't know, just a moment.
623.
No,
that's fire fund, Ron.
no, that's not the balance in the
Road
road
repairs,
repair replacement fund, like
427.
417 or
427.
144.
yeah, so you can't transfer out
Right.
50,000 and spend 400,000 on roads.
So back it up to 3.
I'm having trouble with my zeros here.
And so we don't have a transfer out of this account.
No, that number will have to be added.
What line item is that generally?
Same one as the the funds, except a different starting number. 999. But it'll be 204, probably 966,999. And that was 40 or 50, I think that was 50.
50.
50.
Yep. Everything else all right there? Okay,
So the total expenditures looks like it's gonna be 355,000. Correct?
so I have 305,000, Cheryl.
Well, you've got this. Well, you got the 50,000 transfer. The 300,000 in road repair and 5,000 in contingency.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I don't have the, yeah, yep, I don't have the 50,000 line item in there. Yep. Yep, 355,000. Does that bring us to graded wage schedule? Oh, Cheryl, I did put that, Brian,
saw it, yeah.
on your computer.
Right.
When you send it in, would you please give me well, actually, we need to wait until we get it back from the county. I'd just like to keep a fully executed copy. Thanks for the reminder, by the way,
Yeah,
because that totally fell off my radar.
yeah.
Little known paper for money.
On your graded wage scale, I did find two numbers on grade 2 that, do not match what we adopted. And that would be the 7-year rate, this might just be a transposition, was 1646. And the 8-year rate, 1695, it's only 2 cents, but. That is what those numbers were, everything else.
I was just gonna say how you did, you printed that out. That's why it came out, because the columns are all,
Oh, yeah, I printed it, oh, yeah, I always.
just
print
columns
a
are
paper copy.
too narrow. The cells won't show. And it can't enlarge, widen it, so.
So what'd you say was the change, Cheryl?
The
On
two-
proposed grade 2,
On grade 2, on the adopted document,
okay,
under year 7, it was 1646.
yeah, can't
Just
change.
might have been a transposition error, and then on year 8. It was 1695 instead of 93. And these are all 6% increases everywhere.
Yeah. So Don, I apologize. I didn't know that you couldn't read those. It displays correctly on my screen. But you must have a little bit different resolution set.
Yeah, let me see if I can adjust that. Okay, I got it. I was able to pull it up. I just adjusted from 100 to 130.
So I was 1 year off on Lois as far as her tenure, but her correct position should be 16. Is that right?
Yes,
Will be, this budget year will be 16.
she's in her 16th year.
And Therese, I did not make that mistake on. So she will be moving into her 12th year. Is that correct?
No. She. Yeah, she was in the 11th year
So she
that
will
we're
be
about to end, so she'll be moving into
her 12th year.
her 12th year. But these aren't the numbers we were dealing with. I don't think. Because she was moving to 22 something.
Well, currently, she's at a rate of $20.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong line. Yeah, the 22, 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 22, 24. That's what she's moving to. Yeah, and Lois should be in the last column.
Yeah.
The 2504.
And then for Luann, we have her moving into the 11th year. Is that correct?
I don't remember when she started. Well, whenever we created the Historical Society Director is, because she was the recording secretary for the Historical Society before that, but she was just getting paid to do that, not to run the meetings and stuff. And I don't remember exactly what year that was.
So it looks like she's currently paid at two different rates. 18 and 1798. I don't know why that is, but
Well, she's paid as an election worker too, at
Oh.
18.
okay. 101, 802, 702 is her.
When we started here, she wasn't even being paid to be the recording secretary. And then we instituted that, and then I don't remember what year we created the Historical Society Director job description.
Well, her current rate of pay is 1798.
Well, you know what, we gave her some years.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
we
so.
gave her some years. So 1798, so yeah, so she'd be going to the 1963.
Yep. Okay. And I think for convenience purposes, what I'll do is probably shrink down the columns 1 through 6, 1 through 8 maybe. And if we well, we'll still probably have a park ranger starting out.
I think you
first
probably
year.
should probably start
Yeah.
for squint, you know, if you want to squeeze them, squeeze like 4 through 8.
Mhm.
Some of the mid-range, leave the 1s, 2s, 3s.
What does everybody think about a 6% raise? I mean, that's what we've based our calculations on. So during Board of Review, I learned that Michigan's rate of inflation is actually 5.1. I don't know who calculated
I don't
that.
know, it feels bigger than that.
It does to me.
Yep.
It
Just
does.
go to the grocery store one time.
Just pay your attention.
Yeah.
Jeez, I was at 657. I just broke $1,000.
For your homeowners?
Yeah,
Relook at it. I just relooked at mine and bought mine down.
Yeah, you have to do that like every 4 or 5 years. Cause they creep up on you.
well,
Mine too, mine's ready to be looked at again.
but I'm not the one that looks at the cost. I'm looking at the replacement side of things, right?
Right,
And
you
so-
gotta have the same,
My particular policy says I have to be within 20% of the replacement cost. Or they cap it at a certain level.
Unless you have,
So I could insure the house for $10 replacement cost. But they're gonna cap it at $10.
no, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying, when we go out and we look, we make sure we're getting what we either already had or
Comparable
more.
coverage.
Yeah,
But with building costs, I mean,
that's why I changed mine, cause State Farm had me underinsured, so.
yeah,
everybody's gotta look at that.
so what does everybody think about the 6%?
You've been doing it, you set a precedence.
I'm sorry?
I said, we've been doing it, you set a precedent, so.
Well, last year it was quite a bit higher, right?
I
Right,
think we were
because you
playing
brought
catch up.
everybody else
We were
up.
playing catch up. I agree, Ardella. If
To
we
do
stay
the-
up. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was
Debbie.
gonna say, do we lower it then, since we brought everybody up?
Well, the difference between 5.1 and 6%, I think is
No.
negligible.
Then you stay where you're at.
I
unless
think,
you're gonna lower
I
it.
think we leave it at the 6%.
Okay.
And if future boards wanna change it, leave it up to them. I mean, 6%,
I don't buy the 5.1 number. I know it's the measurement stick, but I think 6 feels right.
Yeah.
Okay,
So.
Cheryl,
Yeah, I think it should be at 6%.
okay. So then no changes there, with the exception of the two that Cheryl noted.
Well, that's gonna change the numbers below, I think.
Yeah,
So for instance, 7-year on the Historical Society Director would be 1745.
oh, you're saying it would change all of them.
Well, just the number two below it, just the two below it where, you know, it was calculated on a different number.
Actually, though, it would change everything going out. Because those are 3% numbers.
Well, so on the 7-year under grade 2. It would be actually 1745. Instead of 1764, because it was calculated on a little bit too high.
So my document shows 1745.
My document shows 1764 in the red.
Yeah, mine shows 1764 as well.
And then in year 8, my document shows in red 1795. Very small correction, but it would be 1797.
Oh, I made the correction at 1646, so this program automatically changed it. I apologize, yeah.
Oh, I
But,
see, yeah.
but what I'm saying is then that 1646.
It just changes the 6% number. Just for those 2 years.
Yeah, is not a big enough difference, yeah. Yep. Okay, well, that's good. So moving on to salary wage schedule. We didn't, we approved some extra dollars, but we didn't necessarily approve the assistant park manager.
We don't have a job description for that yet.
Yeah,
For assistant park manager.
policy more than budgeting. And I see that,
Hard to know what they should be paid when you don't know what their duties are.
no. So with respect to Andrew, I did not fill in this particular column. But I think in our budget worksheets, we looked at a 6% increase. Does everybody agree with that?
Yep.
You remember
Where
what that
at?
number was?
Say that again.
I said, do you remember what that number was?
So what I'm calculating
Oh,
now
it's
is
let me put it in there anyway.
47,700.
Where is this going on the salary wage schedule?
Line 73.
Well, because for instance, the salary wage schedule that you're proposing here doesn't have the 3 lines that got added last year for the pay for the township board rep to the planning commission, ZBA, or Parks and Rec. Doesn't
Oh,
have
you're
that in
back
there.
up at the top. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see that. So that should, we should add. Board member. And that's at their normal meeting price, right?
Yeah,
It's gonna be for PC, ZBA, and PrAC. But to answer your question, Cheryl, under Parks Department, Park Manager has his own line item
yeah,
or its own line item. Current wage is at 45 and we're proposing to go to 47,700.
yeah, and the reason I can't find it on the current. Thing is because it's not on there. It's not on the current. We don't have parks, so that's an addition, is what I'm saying, to the current salary wage schedule. We don't have
Oh, in the budget
parks
we're in.
manager. We don't have that on here.
I thought it was on it.
We don't have that on here. Also, you don't have the resident outreach subcommittee on here either.
Are any of them being paid?
I think they're done.
They just scheduled another meeting. You should know that, Heidi. Planning Commission and Resident Outreach Subcommittee.
Right, but we did something with that. I'll have to look in my notes. But I don't think some of them.
I don't think they get paid actually, but
No, they're all
they are
volunteers.
setting another meeting and. So I guess, you know, I need to follow the document that we have. And Cause it's missing some things here. So you're saying under park manager, the 45 is going to, what'd you say?
47,700.
47,700. Okay, and I need to make a note to add this to the salary wage schedule. And then you also wanna have an assistant park manager?
So that's the line item that I proposed. We seem to be hung up on that nomenclature.
Getting awful top heavy in park.
There's a lot of work to do, though.
Oh, tell me.
I still like the stipend idea, cause then that gives them we can branch out more and have different. Okay, whatever.
I mean,
It's
and
my
then I think we
suggestion.
were not sure which line item we were gonna put that under. I think we didn't get to that. You wanna pay them under 703. But that doesn't set out, that does not allow you to track what you're paying the assistant manager versus rangers.
Well, once upon a time, under park ranger, we had lead ranger
Way back, that's been done away with.
as a classification. And so I don't see why we couldn't do that, but that wouldn't track as you indicate you want to do.
Well, if you don't wanna do it, you don't have to do it. I'm just saying, if you wanna know what you paid your assistant park manager. And you pay him under 703, you're gonna have to manually go back and add up what you paid that particular employee.
Yeah, there's good logic to track it. I don't discount that. What's your thought, Don?
Well, in terms of adding it up, I mean, the payroll records show the cumulative. So,
You're more interested in profit and loss of the total system.
yeah,
Gotcha.
I don't,
And on the other side of it, I see Don's point, but on the other side of it, during budget time, if you break it out, it makes it real simple for everybody to see what it is.
good point,
You don't have to go back and look at the payroll records.
good point.
That's right.
Yeah, 'cause
You'll
then
be,
you
you'll
can't
be
figure
going back
nothing
and
out.
looking through the checks yourself.
So there's nothing under 703 that can be a sub account?
Nope.
So how do we get a new line item? Say 704, for example,
Can't use 704, that's already being used in another fund.
right? And
Can't
so-
use 704, 705, 707, 708, 709. Those are all being used in other funds.
So which one can we use? That's the question.
I'm gonna have to look, possibly 706. I don't recall that being used in another fund right now. Fire, I believe the assistant chief comes out of 703 because the firefighters get paid out of 705 and 707. But that's not how the way it's been done in the park fund. So anyways, back to the salary wage
Yeah.
schedule.
Back to the salary wage schedule. I mean, this seems to contemplate that that person would be paid a salary. And maybe they are rather than hourly. I don't know. But we may decide to pay them hourly. If it comes to fruition.
Okay, so
Do we, want to
We need
leave
to
that
know
there?
here Whether adding a line item or not.
Do we want to leave that there under salary wage salary schedule? Assistant park manager, just as a reminder note, or what do we want to do?
If you're putting it in a plan, you gotta leave it there. If you're not, take it out.
Okay, I like it. I'm good with that, Heidi.
I'm sorry, what's that again?
We're just gonna add the assistant park manager line item. And then as we discover what, if any, use it is, it'll be there.
Okay, but there'll be no wage assigned to it.
No wage assigned to it at this time.
I gotta think about that, because I could go consider that either way, so. Just leave it as a reminder.
Yeah,
Dan, I didn't hear what you said.
I just said, I can make a case either way. I think we should leave it as a reminder at this point.
Exactly, so that you know it was discussed.
so can we,
So I mean, if you have to advertise for the position, you don't have anybody, well, even if you have somebody that wants it. You have to come up with a job description so they know what's expected.
We'll come to that when we
That's
need
down
it.
the road.
Right, no, I get
Yeah.
that,
Down the road.
I get that, but
That's a policy.
so can we move to page 2 of the wage salary? Fire chief. Ardella, you had made some comments and I'm recalling from memory. We took this 71,522 number, divided it by a number of hours and came up with an hourly rate that
Right.
we might pay the interim chief. I don't remember anything about the math.
You and I came up with similar numbers.
I think it was like $33 or something like that.
Yep.
So. We don't know what Josh's wage requirements are.
Or if it'll even be Josh. Did you decide what you're gonna do there?
Well, don't we have something on Thursday on that? Is that Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday at 0900 is when Josh is available to meet with the board.
So you got another email that you had more interested parties, you're not posting it?
Yeah, so I did send that email out to everybody. Did you see that? Folks from Benzie County, I believe, or Elmira Township, maybe.
well, but we can't just have people hearing about it, and if you're not gonna. You know,
gotta
you have
post
to
it.
post it.
Yes,
My feeling is completely different on that. If we're talking about interim, we're not talking about the fire
Well,
chief job.
interim,
Interim, if we're just talking about that, I don't see where we need to post any of that. If we're talking about the fire chief's job, then yeah, I would not want to bring somebody outside the department in to run it for a short period of time. I would rather stick with somebody that all the guys know. And that knows our process, that has worked with our current chief and knows what's expected. I don't have any interest in putting it out there for other people. If the people in Benzie wanna, or whoever, wherever, want to apply for the actual position, great.
I seem to recall that email indicated that they were interested in the fire chief's position.
Not,
Multiple,
okay.
multiple people were interested in the fire chief position. So.
Get their chance. Right?
Okay,
Well, I thought we were talking about line 113 here. What we would pay
Fire
the,
yep,
I thought we were talking about the interim fire chief position, because we were talking about how we came up with the $33.
So.
So I jumped down there. Did I
Okay.
prematurely jump down there?
So no, I don't think so. It's probably part of this conversation. I remember Chief Flynn saying he's not interested in an interim. And I think we had a discussion that interim didn't mean he had to give up his day job,
Right,
right?
yep,
Am I recalling some discussion like this?
yes.
Mhm.
Okay. And so this would be kind of like after work, after my normal big boy job and on weekends, I would keep the, you know, fire
How's
station
fun?
afloat, right?
Yeah,
Isn't that,
keeping in mind that this is a temporary position and that,
okay,
you know,
Okay, but
this is to help us get through the interviews and what we want to do permanently.
okay.
so
Well,
who,
as permanent as they can.
so he's doing the
possibly
job. How
become.
you doing that? How you doing the interim for during the week and your regular job?
Well, Tim Arbanowski did it.
And where was his regular job?
It was
Nights
postal
at the
service.
post office.
Worked in the-
Post office.
Yeah, worked in the factory,
Mm-hmm.
the plant, as they call it, off in Garfield.
He's working in Petoskey.
No, he's not.
That's where the winery is.
He
No, he
doesn't work.
lives here.
He lives right here in
I
our township.
understand.
He works on the peninsula.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Arbanowski could not leave during his workday while he
Oh.
was interim chief.
Okay, so then that's,
But he worked nights at the post office, if I recall.
oh, and did the fire
Like-
during the day?
He had to leave like by 6:30 PM or something like that,
Okay.
maybe 7 o'clock. So
But
what made him valuable at that particular moment in time is that he could potentially respond to a call during the day, which Chief Flynn has told us is still the busy time, right? We're not going to be able to respond now during the day. Until we
Apparently
get this
not.
figured out.
I look at it this way, we talked about it before, that what the temporary fire chief is going to end up doing is taking care of the paperwork, the continue with the trainings and answer any calls at night that he can. This is a stopgap. This is
Yeah.
not meant to be for a long
Totally
period of
understand.
time.
And so if we're thinking, we're gonna go out to advertise for a fire chief, then we probably ought to get the documents, get the pertinent information from our fire code ordinance. And then get it advertised.
Well, the chief already sent that to us last week.
Yeah, I haven't.
And so I was kind of thinking that Josh's interview on Thursday was going to potentially move him into the fire chief's position. That's where I was in my mind.
Well, I'll tell you what it will do. Him being in that temporary position is gonna give us some idea if he can handle the job or not.
Okay, so let me finish my thought.
Oh, sorry.
That's how come I haven't been pushing to get something published for an open fire chief's job. Is because I thought that's where we were at as a board. We were going to look towards Josh. He's not quite qualified, but the state gives him 36 months to get there. I've spoke to him personally. He's got, I think, one exam to write yet. So if I've misunderstood where the board is at, then I need to get my butt in gear and pull together some information from our ordinance and get something in the newspaper.
Well, we need an interim fire chief on 4/1. That's what we need. 12 days from now, 13 days from now, we need an interim fire chief because that's not long enough to hire a fire chief. So, we need to, Josh is willing to step up. He has a recommendation from Chief Flynn, who knows Josh better than we do. We need somebody to be able to continue the administrative part of it on 4/1. Are we going to have some time? That there isn't gonna be anybody responding during the day? Yes, we are, unfortunately. And what will happen is that Metro will be called and they will be out here. That's what happens right now. If the fire chief is not available, Metro gets called.
And there's a cost to that according to your MA.
They haven't charged for it.
So according to my recollection, I'm the one that pushed to follow the procedures we've always followed. Advertise for the job, go through the interviewing process, make sure we've got the correct candidate.
Okay,
Okay, I'm the one that pushed for that, all right? If the rest of the board does not want to do that, they feel comfortable after our interview on Thursday, Josh, that promoting from within is the best avenue to do, then I abide by what the rest of the board members say. I'm just one board member here.
yeah, so I'm just looking for direction, because I don't want to be caught behind the 8 ball. Cheryl kind of thinks that interim will be fine for the next 60 to 90 days. I don't know about that.
I don't
I
either
didn't put a
because
time limit on it. I'm just saying that,
Well, I'm just
But
gonna
it
tell you.
takes,
it's gonna be
it takes a
60
while.
well,
It's gonna be 60 to 90
exactly, and
days.
so,
Could I suggest that, how about we interview Josh on Thursday
yeah,
and then have this conversation
Okay.
based on what.
yeah,
comes out of that?
exactly.
Good.
I think
agree
they're
with
all great points, I think. And I appreciate the fact that you don't want to get caught behind the 8 ball, but I don't think we're there yet, I think. You know, no, that isn't what I meant, I didn't mean that,
read the
what I
cost
meant-
of what you're gonna get charged.
what I meant was, we all agreed to take a look at Josh as an interim. He does come recommended. He knows the system. So, based on, we still have to hear from him. How is he gonna manage that?
That's right.
What is he, what is his expectations going? If he feels like, look, I'm gonna do an interim for only X amount of time, and if I don't get the job, and I don't know where that whole thing goes. But there's also, a possibility, we have to talk to him because that is a big step up. That's a big step up from, and I know he's doing training, which is a significant, that's a great bridge gap, but there's still the leadership role that he's got to command that whole
Yeah,
trip.
that he hasn't,
So-
and he hasn't
Well,
even gone
and
to
he's
command
got
school
another
yet.
job that, he isn't just gonna be able to say, oh, they offered me the fire chief, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna be done with my job in less than 2 weeks. I don't think Josh would, I've spoken to Josh too, and I don't think that's the type of person that he is to leave his current employer hanging.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it would be a long time, but I don't think he wants to, I think he would have a lot of courtesy to his.
Yeah, well, if you look at his resume, he's got a lot of passion for the other side of what he's doing
Yeah.
too. So I think we just have to, I
think
think
we
we
just
can,
need to-
we're gonna speculate ourselves to death here until.
Yeah,
we
that's
have-
right.
Yeah. I appreciate that you want to be on top of it, though.
Oh, no, we landed where I thought we were. But listening to you and Cheryl, I thought that I had misread the tea leaves. So we landed exactly where I thought we were.
Perfect.
So can we change this from?
I say we leave it until after we make that discussion. That's the interim's chief's job.
Well, and
Yeah,
there
but did
was
we already
no-
budget it
and
at a
these-
higher amount?
I'm
under
sorry, but
fire?
these numbers are wrong. We made no changes last year in fire lieutenant, safety officer. On-call wages, interim fire chief, interim deputy chief, or interim fire captain. We made no changes in those last year. Those weren't even on our radar because they're not being used. By the current department. So, it's
Really, he
current-
budgeted Nick for $46,000.
Well, Nick's current, but it's Josh that's getting it because Josh is doing the training officer. The current rate of pay for that is $4,169 a year. For the training officer. Nick isn't getting a stipend. he gave that up, but remember in the fire budget. Brandon wanted to put back in a stipend of $4,000 for the assistant fire chief.
So Cheryl, are you saying that
I have the assistant.
23,
chief at
24,
$46,000.
that these numbers that are in here are wrong?
For fire lieutenant, safety officer. And all of the interim positions, they are wrong. We did not change those from the prior year. I have the adopted salary wage schedule right here.
Yeah, I thought we did.
No, we didn't.
Mom, where did the numbers come from
Well,
for you?
I'm trying to verify that, Ardella,
No, they did not change.
because I think. So she's right.
Yeah, those numbers didn't change last year.
But I know we had the conversation last year.
So
No.
my information came from the salary wage schedule 23-24, as adopted 3/21, revised 5/9.
And that's this document right here.
Revised 5/9.
Yeah, revised 5/9, but those three line items I still show as $18 here.
Yep.
So,
This is an adopted document. We didn't discuss that last year.
so
We didn't make any changes in those 5 things I just named
Well,
up.
clearly, I feel we should have.
So you're asking me then, where did I come up with the math? And I'm going to say that we used we use a 13% across the board increase in our wage schedules. From that same budget, graded wage scale. I don't see any notes there, but let's just take a peek. Cheryl, do you agree that last year's graded wage scale 23-24 for clerical worker 16-year was $18.16?
Yes,
Okay. And do you agree the previous year was $17.13?
I only have the copy of the adopted one. I'd have to go back and
Okay.
look.
So I'm gonna say that if we multiply. Oops, wrong button. 17. 1/3 times. Wasn't a 13% increase.
Okay, yes, the prior year, 16-year clerical worker was 1713.
So then. Again. So that would be 1713 times 1.09. So we used between an 8% and a 9% price inflator last year. Do you have any notes other place in the budget? So I thought we had a double digit. But that was during discussions. And we received a lot of flack for double digit wage increases. And again, Ardella, I'm trying to answer your question. How did I get from 18 to 20? Okay,
Right.
and
The document that we took to budget public hearing, under fire,
no, this would have been under graded wage scale.
why are we talking about that? We already did that.
Ardella asked a question, how I arrived at the proposed 2120 for the interim chief. And you said we never made changes last year to the $18, and I agree, we did
No,
not.
we didn't. You apparently took a 6% increase on what you thought was 20, and it can be 2120. I don't care about that, but I'm just saying it wasn't 20 for this year.
I was just trying to answer Ardella's question of how I got to the $20 for last year, and the math then continues across.
Okay, so as long as we're talking about this, the reason, I think you said, Cheryl, the reason we did not touch fire lieutenant, officer, safety officer, or the interim fire chief, deputy chief, and fire captain is because nobody's getting paid for it.
Right, and the chief doesn't use that lieutenant and safety officer, and he had a captain at one time, but that was Tim Arbanowski, and then Tim resigned from that. And
So-
Brandon chose not to appoint anyone else, so Brandon doesn't have any officers over there. And of course, the interim fire chief, that was from way back, way years ago when,
But we do have a safety officer. That's the position Josh is currently doing.
no, Josh is the training officer. Josh is not the.
Oh,
safety
you're right. I'm
officer.
sorry. I'm sorry.
And Nick was doing the training officer under his assistant chief position.
Then
but
why,
then
if
he-
they're not using them, why did we have them on our scales? Why did we keep them on there?
Cause if you ever go to a full fire department, you'll need them.
And here's a great example of this, okay?
Thank you, Cheryl.
Um, we don't have a training person on there. But we do have an assistant on there, assistant chief. So we're now potentially looking at an assistant chief who's doing training under that. Let's just get it right.
Well, training officer needs to be added to this list
Right.
because it's not the same position anymore.
So the interim chief, if we took a look at all of the other posts in the department, maybe this is where I come up with it, I don't know. They're all at $20 last year, except for the safety officer. No, safety officer
No.
was 22. 20 as well.
Nope, it was 1750. 1750 for fire lieutenant, safety officer. The firefighter training time went to 25. The response time went to 30. On-call wages did not change. So, it's correct what you have under firefighter training time and firefighter response time.
Hmm.
Fire lieutenant and safety officer did not change.
Yep.
And we don't have those positions. Now, could we at some point? Yeah, maybe when there's 20 or 25 people in this department.
So that should still be 1750 there.
Yeah. And fire captain. Well, that went to 0. That's been 0 this current fiscal year and 0. I think that was a chief recommendation.
Okay, well, then, what that does then is resets the interim fire chief then would be $19.08.
$19.08.
Yep.
They'd all need that,
Yep.
all the interim.
But that's not what we budgeted.
We didn't budget anything for the interim chief.
He'll be paid out of the chief's line item. But not at the chief's salary.
I don't know why he wouldn't be if he's doing the chief's job. That's why but we'd be doing hourly, not salary. And we talked about that. That's where we came up with the 33.
Well, $19 an hour isn't gonna entice anybody to be an interim fire chief.
Correct.
But he's not doing the job full time for you because he's still working his other job. Correct?
And if anything, that argues for a lot more money per hour.
I don't know how you can do two jobs like that, so I mean, I did it, but I had backup. You don't have
So-
no backup.
What do we want to set for a proposed interim fire chief hourly rate?
Cause what are you gonna have to do if you can't all of a sudden do the job and you have to pull somebody else out of the ranks to do it?
There is no one else.
Okay.
That's chief's information to me.
Right.
Cheryl, has he shared something different with you?
I know Sam Rajewski is got a lot of training and going for a degree, I think, in fire, if he doesn't already have it. He's not expected to stick around. I mean, I think for the foreseeable future, but he's going to become very valuable at some point to another department.
What are you thinking, Ron?
I think we,
Does he get his regular since he's gonna be doing two jobs still, do you give him the regular salary plus a stipend? I don't know.
I think we go to Acme, East Bay and Garfield and say, please let us in.
Well, then you're gonna be raising up your millage even more because
At
Metro
this point, you don't
Metro
have a choice, you
requires
don't have
you
anybody
to,
to respond.
levy a certain amount.
Yeah, it's almost 3 mils.
Yep.
But
Kind of feel
You don't have any
back into
response.
rule.
I think we're quite a ways down the road of not doing that because of all the new equipment we've bought and. You know, the training and stuff like that, but
Still,
it is
because of your distance.
hard to run a
you're still gonna need
standalone
equipment
department.
somewhere.
just like it's hard to run a standalone ambulance service.
I believe we were told that a number of years ago. Yep. So pick a number. I mean,
I'm just, I was thinking along the lines, and I don't know, I can't come up with a good justification for. So somebody had said something, I think you guys are kicking around. So if you took like the 71,522, which is the fire chief salary divided by 2048, you come up with, like $34 an hour. Okay, and that's, so, I guess, and this is just, this is all just hypothetical. So I haven't interviewed Josh, so I don't know. So let's just say I walk away and I go, he's 75% of the way there. He's got a lot of attributes that, he's got to get his final firefighter 2 licensing and get licensed for a fire chief. But he's 75% of the way there. And that number is the real arbitrary one that takes it, says, okay, that's $26 an hour. But at least it's a at least there's some rationale at how you arrive at a number. So I don't know how,
I can see that being
I don't know how
fair.
that feels to anybody, but I'm just thinking,
I can see
some
that being fair.
methodology.
I was around 25, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just see, I think whatever that, whatever it is, methodology for coming up with that number seems to be better than just plucking it out of the air. But that's just me, so.
Cause he still does have some training to go through. I mean, he has no command training, so that 400 is gonna really
Yeah, I
help him.
Yeah, I've not looked at his resume yet, and so I trust he has no 400.
No,
I agree.
I asked, he has 300, he doesn't have 400.
Okay.
He's not done with firefighter 2 yet.
Yeah.
I believe he just has to take the exam. Oh, maybe that's for fire officer.
No, I think he noted that firefighter two's and the test is in May.
Yeah, I think it's firefighter too.
Okay, Don, so you said you take the current chief's wage.
I took
You
the,
believe he's about 75% there,
I'm saying if I believe that after I met him, that.
right?
That,
And then you would take the 75% of that.
so I took the 71,522, the proposed. Budget is, that's the current chief salary times the 6%, it has a proposed of 71,522.
Got
I
it.
simply divided that by 2048, full-time, 2048. And then that comes out to be like $34 and some change. And so, and then I just applied a metric to it of saying, okay, let's say he's 75%. Trained, towards achieving the captain's position, the fire chief's position. That comes out to be like 2619. But again,
I like your math.
I mean, if you look at the potential of where we just talked about, of those numbers of $19, as an interim fire chief, using that theory that I just put forth, that is saying that you're hiring potentially an interim fire chief that is probably only 55% trained, between 52 and 55% trained. That seems really low, that seems like a really high risk to take somebody when you're equating your hourly wage to what the skills they should be possess in order to become a chief. So that's, but again,
It's
Full-time
almost
is
like the
20
chief is gonna have to stand
2080
next to
hours.
him.
2080, that's the
To
number.
have
I
him
thought you said
compare-
2048.
Misspoke.
Okay.
I used 2080, so that's, I don't know, absent a better idea, I'm all ears on anything else, I'm just brainstorming here. Because we're all faced with.
I don't even know if we can decide this today. I think we need to talk to Josh.
I wholeheartedly agree. I
Yeah.
just lay that
Yeah.
salary conversation out there to digest.
All right.
Yeah.
So
I'm not dying on a stipend bill.
is there anything else?
What did you say?
I'm not dying for a stipend hill.
However, we did have to add training officer to this.
Yeah,
I only heard you laugh. What did
Yeah.
you say?
That's
You
4,000.
didn't like my stipend idea?
No, yeah, I'll tell you.
Well, that's kind of what we did.
I
with
know,
police
Heidi, I'm just-
officers,
it's-
Cause we didn't have a chief. Somebody has to be in command, cause somebody has to write the paperwork.
I know you're passionate about this.
Otherwise, I had to do it and I wasn't getting paid, so I wasn't gonna do it.
anything else?
Election inspectors, Cheryl, is that correct?
Well, they were 18 and 20, and it looks like you're planning a 6% raise, so I'm sure they'll appreciate that.
Anything else looks fine to me.
I don't think you're gonna find a building grounds worker for $21.20 an hour.
You can hire a handyman for like 25 bucks an hour and he just does what you want.
Yeah, that's $25 an hour. Also, that is not on our graded wage scale. So I guess that needs to be added. So we have to add training officer to this. And that was 4,000 is what we talked about on March 5th. And then are you saying the interim fire chief are gonna go to these 1908 numbers, or are we bagging that? And we're just leaving that go for right now.
My takeaway is we were bagging that until we interviewed, but maybe I had a wrong take on that.
I wanna see how much he's gonna step up and do before I offer. a
I have a
raise.
feeling he's not gonna care about the money.
Oh, no, we do have.
I just don't wanna be
That's why it's
insulting.
Gone on to 3 pages now.
That's
Okay.
a quick way to run off somebody.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
And you've removed ambulance personnel and ambulance coordinator? Are we taking that off? The graded wage scale, or is that on your second page here? Cause we do have ambulance personnel. An ambulance coordinator and assistant ambulance coordinator, but it only says paid by mobile medical response. So we can take those positions off there if you want. It looks like you didn't put them on here, so.
Okay, here's a elephant in the room. Are we gonna budget something to pay Metro if we can't respond? Because you've been writing that they're gonna charge you, but you say they never charge you, so.
How?
They've
In our
already,
current
they've
situ-
already responded out here.
Right, but in our
Uh,
current situation,
That's who.
Chief
Emma
couldn't take
calls.
those fire trucks out by himself during the day anyway. You need 2 people in the truck. So he would have to,
Okay. I
he
know
would
the
have-
fire truck, but I see him respond, but it's just one in his.
I'm talking about ambulance assists that Chief Flynn went to. If they can't get him, they call Metro.
My question is, how long are they gonna do it for free if we can't respond?
Well, if Metro, if MMR calls them, then MMR pays them.
and my response to that, Heidi, is we need to get busy doing whatever it is we're gonna do. We don't drag our feet on it. We're not talking 6 months here. And if we have a structure fire during the day, we are calling for assistance anyway.
Okay, are we done with the graded wage scale?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm fine.
I'll attempt to make these changes and get everybody an updated
I'd appreciate that.
thing for Thursday. What else did I have to do by Thursday? Oh,
The
the
tractors,
tractors. Ask. Okay. Are we kind of moving through the agenda then?
Yep,
Okay, so board comments or discussion. At lunch. I learned that the ADA trailer we looked at yesterday was sold. So,
That was quick.
ADA trailer?
yeah, the ADA bathroom
the
trailer.
bathroom
Oh.
trailer.
Man, that was
So-
quick.
The second one that's available. As of lunch. Is one stall larger. So it's got 2 stalls for
Normal people and one handicap for,
1 handicap and 2 normal stalls. Yeah. Other than that, and the capacity, right? This trailer is a little bit bigger. I think it handles like 250 people. 250 people, where the other one was, I think, like 150 people. This one is more money. It's 89,480.
what's
how
the
much
life
was the other one?
expectancy on those?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what the life expectancy is. I assume if you keep the roof dry, you're good, right? This one is also a 4-season unit. It's a 2019. So that would get rid of the problem at the park. It's also a kneeler, right? Aluminum ramp. I have pictures. And I also have a video of it, how it gets set up.
So you're gonna move it from the campground to the park? Is that what you were thinking? It isn't
This is,
Leo's.
this is available for immediate delivery.
But you're not thinking of using it in both parks?
Yes,
Oh, so you're gonna move it?
yes,
Okay,
yep.
that's what I thought. It's on wheels, right?
It's a 2 5/16 ball.
Well, it would save your outhouse costs. It would save heating the bathroom. But
Yeah, I got nothing there.
I also got something. When we broke, I did get a response from GFL. I have to go back and run the numbers because they didn't give me any numbers. They just said this amount for this, this amount for that. So now I gotta manually go
Gotcha.
run those numbers.
Yeah.
So would the board like to see more information on this particular trailer? I've asked for an actual video of this trailer, which might be in my email by now. I don't know.
That'd be helpful.
They have videos of new trailers like this Mariner that I pulled up online during lunch. So can we put that potential decision? So this sale, free freight up to 1,000 miles, ends March 31st.
put it on Thursday's agenda if you want.
So I'm asking if we think this is a way we want to go. Generally at the park, eliminating the wooden structures. This trailer would park right on top of the existing pits that are there. It would drain into the pits that are there. We would have to supply water to it. This has got 250 gallons of water supply. And so we would truck water basically from a potable supply.
Is this allowed by the health department? Hi, Fran.
That's a good question because
Their stuff's on the counter.
You have to have a permit for that kind of stuff.
no,
Yeah.
outhouses are allowed by the health department. So I assume a flush toilet would be.
It's on the counter there, Fran.
Well, when you're trucking water and all that, I mean, and the discharge and all that, I mean, I just think that's something the health department's gonna want to know about before you live there, but
There's no
do what you
discharge.
want.
There's holding tanks there, right?
Yep, there's no discharge.
It down by the
Okay,
dock.
but they do review all that sanitary stuff.
So I guess we should check with the health department to see if an inspection needs to happen. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think my understanding of it, but could be wrong, is that you have to have a plan, you propose it to the health department, and they tell you what you gotta do.
We didn't get permits when we pulled trailers up for pads.
No.
We served food. We had a health permit for the food and then.
Well, they do oversee all the sanitary things, and you are close to the lake. So when you have a sanitary thing going in close to a lake, they pay a lot of attention to that.
So when you would, when you go to the other, you are moving this thing, right? Correct?
Well, it's interesting. The pit toilets were replaced by a sanitary device, an outhouse, which has probably the same leakage rate as the existing pits that are there.
Okay.
Probably the same leakage rate as every other resident or every other camper that's in the park.
The health
Um,
department did specify, because remember, the health department is who inspects the campground every year for the state license. And the health department did specify how far away from the water the pit toilets had to be.
Okay, but they already approved it once and you're not moving it.
Aren't the pit toilets already there?
No, I'm sorry, the portable toilets. They did dictate how far the portable toilets had to be away from the water.
And they were closer than the pit toilets.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit. Yeah, whatever they said, I don't remember what they said, but they did.
Is
Get
it really
in-
gonna
they
harm
did get
anything to
involved in
ask
that.
them?
No, no, and I will do that. Yeah,
So that makes this discussion over.
but it's just another obstacle. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see what you get. Cause you said you've got pictures and gonna get a video and the amount, if you can send them to us, maybe we can tackle it on Thursday.
Okay. Um,
Cause this is replacing those pit toilets with something has been on our agenda for what, 4 or 5 years?
well, and Andrew, it was just this spring that Andrew said, you know, the buildings that are there really aren't worth saving. And so that's the decision we were waiting for. Why it took until spring, I don't know, but, so. I'll reach out to the health department and, I'll get these pictures off to this particular one.
That way we can all do our due diligence and be ready on Thursday
Okay,
to talk about it.
so Cheryl, do you think we need to revise the notice for Thursday's meeting?
I think
to-
it's a budget thing and I mean, you're spending it out of this year's budget, even though it might not be paid. I don't know. You do what you wanna do. If everybody's gonna be here, we don't have to.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up now, because we're all here. And so,
What do you wanna do?
well, from a notice point of view, do you think we would be in violation of the Open Meetings Act if we actually made a purchase during our next? Okay,
So I'll just revise the notice to add, for Thursday, what do you wanna call it?
so we've been calling this campground, what, business or something like that? Bear with me a moment. Campground needs.
What year did you say that trailer was?
2019.
Good poop didn't for how many years?
No, I'm just looking
No,
on their
it-
website. The five station restroom, 2019 is closed or sold, 2018 sold.
Yeah.
Did that?
It was used as Poland Springs water. It's a factory during COVID. So it was there during COVID, but hasn't been used since. And they had multiples, and this is the last one left. So should I, is there a way I can potentially put a hold on this until Thursday? Can I ask the sales rep to do that? Or
I
what's the
would.
board's thought?
I would, because it looks like they're not sticking around real quick here.
I would make an inquiry. I mean, if we're gonna talk about it Thursday, it's just, I mean, we're almost through Tuesday. You're only asking 36 hours or so.
Right,
So I think it's just a reasonable request if you'll
okay.
just set it aside for 36 hours.
Well, you just tell them your board is meeting again until Thursday and can he hold it
What was the
Yeah,
name
I
of this
think-
company?
until then? I mean, it's up to him.
Yeah, it is, but I want to make sure that that's something that the board's interested in. Okay,
Yeah, please.
all right.
What was the name of their company, Ron?
It is Portable Restroom Trailers LLC.
Oh, okay.
This trailer is currently in Indiana. So the 1,000 miles of freight free should get it to us
To get it to you.
pretty close. Pretty close.
Here it is, if you want to see a picture of it.
Okay,
All right.
public comment from the township hall. public comment from Zoom.
Is there anybody on Zoom?
Yeah, there's 3 people. Seeing none, I'll ask for adjournment.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
A second.
Here's what it looks like.
You sent us something on that already, didn't you?
Roll call, are we having a roll call vote on
Yep,
this or
roll
not?
call. You gotta do a roll call.
Goss, yes, Bennett,
Did I get?
Yes.
Oh, I
Bob,
need
you-
a second. She second.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes,
Pop.
Yes.
Heidi seconded.
No,
1-4.
I,
Oh, Heidi Bennett said it.
Heidi Bennick.
So the link I sent
The
you,
law firm.
Ardella,
Shows them all, right?
yeah, but the one I was specifically interested in was like $47,000,
Right.
you know.
Okay.
It was quite a bit smaller than what this one was. There's still 2 station. So it had a handicap plus another compartment.
Is there separate men's and women's or just one?
This would be separate men's and
yeah,
women.
this is
Yes.
separate.
Yeah.
We used to wheel those around every time we changed the pads with churches, and ours had a shower on the back. So I do know you can move them around.
They do make them with showers, Heidi.
Hmm?
They do make them with showers. This one is not a shower model.
I don't recommend, getting the shower one for heavy usage. They're hard to clean. When we bought them on a scene, then we had to stay 24, 48 hours. After about 20 showers, the stuff was falling off of them. So when we redid it, we didn't do the shower.
So you
We bought
got
a separate
exciting
shower.
things planned for when your grandkids get
Yeah,
here.
they're sending lists. They're sending. They're sending activities. so.
You know what my husband said to me last night? I've got some concerns because Peyton, our oldest granddaughter, they went to the Meyer together because she spent the weekend. And we're still very fortunate that she wants to do that because she's 13. And he says, I've been a little concerned. Peyton said to me that she's got to talk to grandma because all of her shorts need to be replaced. She's like, "Grandma's wardrobe that I know nothing about." I said, you don't need to know nothing about it. Honestly, I find it's cheaper just to take her shopping and give her money and say, this is your budget, because otherwise I always.
That's what I did. I just went, here's the store. You have this much. Have a nice day. And
And-
left them there.
My kids are like, who are you? We have a budget.
Yeah.
We were lucky, we got boots and a coat. We would get, for Christmas, we'd get a pair of boots, a coat, and a pair of shoes, tennis shoes. Everything else we
Amazing,
were on.
the littlest one, just how fast she goes through shoes, just how fast.
That means she likes to come in, that means she's outside a lot. She likes to play outside.
Well, we went, Peyton's in the powerlifting group for Elk Rapids schools.
Yeah.
And they went to state, and while we were there, she said, Grandma, I wanna get a T-shirt. That has the state stuff on it with my name on the back. I said, you sure you wouldn't want a hoodie? She goes, yeah,
How are you,
sure, yeah. And then it goes.
This is
"You
Ron
would've
at
told her
Whitewater
kids
Township.
No. I said, isn't it weird? I didn't even
Good.
think about it.
So I just got out of.
Totally different. I do.
I apologize.
That's
It's a
my
little
job.
noisy here. People
Well,
are
you know, that's.
laughing. So what we would like to do is, you'd sent me a couple of links for this particular product. Let's see, it is got an SKU number. Are you interested in that, or do you know what you sent me?
Sure, do I know the piece of banana bread now?
Yep. And so how can I get better images of that trailer? Can I somehow Well, you know what? I'll just forward that link to my, my board members. That's what I'll do. And then they can zoom in, zoom out. That's what I'll do. Yep. Yep. And then you and I, no, actually, Ron and I had a discussion earlier this morning. And one of the images shows the backside of this particular trailer and the maintenance door. And it actually shows 320-volt circuits. The description on, well, I was going to say, Ron didn't think the top one was an electrical circuit. And so, yeah, I agree. It looks like an electrical circuit to me. And so he said, that's typically they only have one now, and it's a 30 amp circuit. What is this one rated at? Yep. Yep. Agreed. Okay. Yep. Makes sense. Because our primary use will not be 4-season. It'll be 3-season tops, but we are in that climate where the 4th season probably wouldn't hurt us. Okay, and so then the information I did share yesterday with the board looked at another ADA unit. It was a little smaller, but that apparently has been sold already. And so this looks like the only ADA unit that's in our price range. And so were you able to find out the exact location of this trailer? Ron thought it. Okay, that's where Ron thought it was at, was in Indiana. So we're in Traverse City, Michigan, and we're looking at, does the 1,000 miles of free freight still apply? And I think that ends March 31st. Is that correct? Right. All the time. Got it. Well, my board meets again Thursday, so the day after tomorrow. And what I could do is if you would be willing to hold this for 36 hours, I could break away from the meeting once we make that decision, get you a purchase order, and we would pay by check. We're a governmental entity, so sales tax, we could supply a sales tax exemption form. What else would we need to do? Okay, all right, I was just gonna ask, this would probably have a title to it, okay? Good. So really, all we need to do is get you the money. What? Yep, okay, no, 48 hours should do it for us, yeah. Yeah. And then the other, one of the other images shows, the tongue of the trailer. And, two battery compartments. Are those, yeah, deep cycle batteries or are those lithium ions? Sure. All right. No, that's fine. And those are used when this trailer is potentially off grid. Okay, all right. Yeah, I know. Okay, all right. Well, good. If you would write up that. Okay. Is there any damage on the trailer that is not shown in these website images? Yep. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yep. Sounds good, Scott. Thank you. Yep. Good. Bye-bye. Did you have questions for me, Don? No, we have, no. Bob for sure. And then believe Alicia Written is in at. Let's go check. So we actually have, I believe, 3. Yeah. That's right. She was available this morning and Thursday morning on my lunch break. I emailed her back and said, please, I really want to speak to you. In meetings, and sometimes because I'm not sure that I like this budget. I'm going to stay. And I'm thinking of putting this thing. And and she was yesterday morning, and she sent me an email. So I didn't finish it yesterday. I didn't feel it at all. But I didn't get very much. And I didn't feel it for me this morning. I said, I had to learn German first. That's what it started.
And I said, I'm not. I have a this morning. And she said she needed an appointment. And she sent me an email on Friday. I said, please have a look at them. And plus, I'm not serious, but I will have a chance to. And then I would really do that. She did. So, like, she was like, what is this way? That much. Yeah. 14. No, Thursday. Yeah, just let me go. I got to keep. Don't let me understand.
All sorts of people.
Well, I was gonna say, we don't issue certificates of anything to do with buildings or anything, so we would not need people to call. Yeah, no. We just issue land use permits. You have to go to the county. And plus, you're in Antrim. Oh, this is for Mill Creek, okay. But you have to go, if it's anything about building certificate or anything like that. You have to go in Grand Traverse. Yeah. Okay, then. Oops. No. There we go. All right, Teresa, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. I'm just gonna go home and then come back. We'll see if that happens or not. I can't. I'm still doing that, yeah. So. I said. Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, how the rest of the day goes well and. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, sounds good.